City Council for Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021 to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Ball.
Present.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Present.
Councilmember Cordova.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Victor Vega.
Here.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a reminder to the public, unfortunately, our council chambers are still closed due to the current reopening of only the purple level. So you are welcome to watch the broadcast on Comcast Channel 23 or on the live stream of the internet from our cityoflompoc.com. Just click the City Council button and then view City Council meeting video. And on our KPEG 100.9 FM radio. If you wish to make a comment during oral communications or a specific agenda item, you may call 805-875-8201 before the close of public comment on the agenda, and you will be provided 3 minutes to give your public comment. Emails can be sent on subject matters prior to the start of the meetings by 4 p.m. on Tuesdays of the meeting. And we welcome you to call in again at 805-875-8201 for oral communications or public comment on agenda items. So there are no presentations tonight's agenda, and we'll move to the city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a few items tonight. There is now a mobile COVID testing site at Ryan Park. We worked with the county on this. So they have, I don't know if you've seen the pictures, it's a very nice new, I call it a motorhome, but it's a giant bus they have that they received from the state. It's all completely decked out inside to do all the testing. It is designed to go around through the county 2-week periods at a time at one site. So we'll have it here for 2 weeks. It's at Ryan Park, and it's open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday to Friday. It's for all the community members. To request an appointment, you can either go online, and I always hate when we read these out, but https:// LHI.care/COVID testing. Or I would suggest possibly just if you go to call 211, as we had a discussion last time, or we're having it tonight actually, they can help you get the appointment set up that way. The other one is we have a community survey, and this is helping to guide the council on goals. It's open until February 9th at 5 p.m. To date, we've had almost 400 people take the survey. It's both in English and Spanish, so go out there and please take the survey. If you go to the city's main webpage and click on the link, that will take you right to the survey. There will soon be a vaccination site at the Dewey Center. Again, if you call 211, they will help you schedule an appointment. Public Health is setting it up this week. We hope to have it open by Thursday. It is not open every day like the testing center, so 211 would be the best way to find out the exact times. And lastly, there's going to be upcoming workshops for the new Lompoc Outdoor Market, and the goal is to gather community input on what they would like to see at the new market. If you'll check the city's website for meetings later in February and into March, it'll have all the details on there. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager? Seeing none, thank you so very much. We'll move on to a public comment on the consent calendar. So this is for just the consent calendar. The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio. 805-875-8201. Consent calendar items are listed under consent calendar and considered to be routine and enacted after one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless good cause is shown prior to the council vote. Any items withdrawn from consent calendar for separate discussion will be addressed immediately before the second oral communication near the end of the meeting. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communications on consent calendar?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. I will leave the phone line open for just a little bit longer, 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio. Seeing no one call in, we will close public comment on consent calendar and bring it back to council. I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'd like to pull item 2 for discussion later.
Any other requests or concerns? Seeing none, we are putting item number 2 after written communications. And now I'll entertain a motion to accept consent calendar.
I'll give you that motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Councilmember Vega motioned and Councilmember Ball seconded. Any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0 for item 1. Now we will have a staff presentation, and it is community development personnel to provide a brief presentation regarding 211 services.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and members of our community. My name is Chanel Ovalle, and I am the City of Lompoc's Community Development Program Manager. I'm here tonight for At the council's request to present the community resource guide and the 211 program that is provided by Communify. Communify was not able to come today to present their program. So the community resource guide is best described as a small telephone book with local nonprofits contact information, information such as food and shelter, in addition to information for community services for poison control, road conditions, and employment resources. It's available online and at City Hall, and it's maintained and provided by the City of Lompoc's Community Development Division. When you look at the community resource guide, there's a table of contents that'll lead you to the nonprofit contact information. Um, 211 is basically the same, has the same concept, but it provides more information. Things like COVID testing, locations, resources, and guidelines, tax information and tax preparation. Resources can be obtained by phone with a live representative that in rare cases can provide assistance with application and follow-ups to emergency services. These are some examples of the main items that they are providing services for. This is the end of my presentation.
Did council have any questions? Remembering that Ms. Ovalle may not be able to answer deep details about it, but any questions or concerns regarding 211? Seeing none, thank you so very much for sharing that with the community. We really appreciate it. Now we'll open the floor for the first oral communication of the evening that is not associated with an agenda item regarding city matters. You have 3 minutes to speak. It is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your radio, phone, or television, or your PC when your call is put through to reduce feedback. Madam Clerk, did we have any written communications of non-agendized items?
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you. Again, you have 3 minutes to speak on non-agendized city matters during oral communications, 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Seeing no one call in, we will close the oral communications and bring it back to the agenda. The next item is council request. This is discussion of fireworks enforcement and introduction of ordinance number 1678, (21), amending chapter 820.28 fireworks of Lompoc Municipal Code related to enforcement or firework regulations. And our city attorney, Jeff Malave, will start the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item tonight is the result of continued discussion of fireworks enforcement in the city after our August 4th, 2020 City Council meeting where the Police Department and Fire Department presented a report on the enforcement of fireworks on July 4th of last year. Following that discussion in August, the council requested that staff look into a few specific items. that may assist the city in its enforcement efforts on July 4th of this year and hopefully in forthcoming years. So we did a review of the ordinance, and one of the things that we found is that although fireworks violations are a misdemeanor under our code, it was not very clear. You had to follow a circuitous path in order to discover that a fireworks violation in our code was a misdemeanor. It's very important that we define them as misdemeanors under our code because that is what allows us to give administrative citations in amounts higher than our regular administrative citations under the code. So one of the first amendments that we're recommending tonight is kind of a simple housekeeping item, and that is just to make it clear in the ordinance that violation of our fireworks rules is a misdemeanor and not an infraction. So the draft ordinance before you tonight has that change. The second thing that the council asked staff to look at was increasing the fines that we hand out for both dangerous fireworks or illegal fireworks violations and also violations related to using safe and sane fireworks improperly or outside of the time period that safe and sane fireworks are allowed. So there on page 2 of the staff report, you have 2 tables that list what our current fines are under our fireworks ordinance, and they are higher than the administrative citation fines that we already have for other violations under our code. So for use of dangerous or illegal fireworks, so these are not the safe and sane, but for dangerous or illegal fireworks, which are prohibited at all times in all areas of the city, the first violation is a $1,500 administrative citation. And then the second violation within 1 year is $2,500. The third and every violation after that against the same person within the same year is $3,500. And there are late charges that apply if the citation is not paid on time. And you see under that what the current fines are for using safe and sane fireworks improperly. It's $500, $1,000, and $1,500. So council asked about whether these fines could be increased, and under the state law, there is no limit on what a local government can impose as far as administrative fines for administrative citations, but there is a constitutional limit that we cannot impose fines that are excessive. Excessive fines is not well defined, but when the courts look at whether a fine is excessive, they look at the extent of the defendant's culpability, the relationship between the harm that was done by the violation and the magnitude of the penalty, whether similar penalties are imposed on similar types of laws or for violating similar types of laws, and then the defendant's ability to pay the fine. So when you look at our fines and you compare them to the fines that are in the state has a model fireworks ordinance that's been drafted by the state fire marshal for cities to review and adopt if they would like. The fines under that model fireworks ordinance from the state fire marshal's office are $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 for dangerous fireworks, and $250, $500, $750 for safe and sane fireworks. So our fines are already a little bit higher than what those state model fines are, but I think it would be within the realm of reason to increase them by not a large amount, but to increase them by a small or reasonable amount. If the council was so inclined to do so, I think that could pass constitutional muster as still not an excessive fine. So that option is before you tonight, but we have not included any change to the fines in the draft ordinance. So if you wanted to increase or decrease the fines, then we would need to get your direction on that tonight. The third item starts on page 4 of the staff report, and this is something that the council requested, is the social host, making the fireworks ordinance a social host type ordinance. What that means is that not only can the members of the public who are shooting off the illegal fireworks be cited, but also the property owner where the fireworks are being set off, if it's on private property, the property owner could be cited for having the fireworks violations occurring on their property. And our code already does have some language in our fireworks ordinance that allows for the city to enforce against property owners. But it is a little bit vague, and so what we've proposed in the draft ordinance that's before you is to make it better defined. And it reads, "It is unlawful for any property owner in control of property to allow any person to sell, possess, ignite, explode, project, or otherwise fire or make use of fireworks on the property owned by such person in violation of this chapter, irrespective of the property owner's intent, knowledge, or negligence." So what that means is property owner can be held liable for the fireworks violations on their property, whether they know that it's happening or not, and whether they specifically, proactively allowed the people to be on their property shooting off the fireworks or not. It's like it's the property owner's responsibility what happens on their property, whether they are knowledgeable of it or not. But it does contain an exception for if the property owner immediately seeks assistance from the Lompoc Police Department or other law enforcement agency to report the fireworks violation, then we cannot cite the property owner for what's happening on their property. So we have included that provision in the draft ordinance tonight for the council to introduce if you so choose. Number 4 is the third-party administrative citations. So at the August council meeting, there was some hesitance on staff's part to issue citations without having the enforcement officer or the fire enforcement officer or the police officer actually see the violation taking place with their own eyes. And the council brought up the fact that Santa Maria has a program where it is used for fireworks violations, but it could be used for any code violation in Santa Maria, where if 2 or more witnesses, 2 or more private residents observe a violation of the code, then they can request to the city that an administrative citation be issued to the person that they saw violating the code. That's one way. Another way is only one person can make the request to the city for the violation, for the person to be cited. If that one person submits a documentary evidence, such as photographs or video of the violation taking place. And in addition to just making the request, all of these persons, whether it be the 2 witnesses or the 1 witness with the documentary evidence, will have to sign an affidavit swearing under penalty of perjury that they observed this person violating the code or observed the violation on a property owner's property. And if they're submitting documentary evidence, then they need to sign the affidavit statement that says that has information about the photograph or the video. like the time of its creation, the method of its creation, the person responsible for creating the documentary evidence, and any other information to verify that the documentary evidence is, in fact, good evidence. Now, when the city enforcement officers receive the witness statements or the documentary evidence with the signed affidavits under penalty of perjury, that does not require the city to then go out and issue the citation against the person. We evaluate the evidence. The police department evaluates the evidence, or the fire department enforcement officer evaluates the evidence and maybe consults my office and decides whether that evidence is good enough evidence to go out and issue the citation. And if we decide to issue the citation, we go out and we issue the citation to the violator. They do have the right to appeal, and then we would hold an appeal hearing, and we would ask those witnesses that complained, essentially, and signed the affidavit, to testify at the appeal hearing here at City Hall. And if they do not, then there's a good likelihood that the citation is going to be thrown out. If they do, then the hearing officer will decide whether the evidence merits upholding the violation and decide whether to uphold the citation or not. In preparing the staff report, I did communicate with the police chief, Chief Mariani, who has knowledge about how effective that program has been in Santa Maria with regard to fireworks violations in July 4th, 2020. And he reported that this program in Santa Maria last year did not result in any citations for fireworks violations. And Santa Maria had also set up a website where residents could post videos of people lighting illegal fireworks as an additional enforcement tool. But according to the chief, this effort resulted in 0 postings of videos on the website that Santa Maria had established for this. So it's questionable whether our residents in town will participate in this type of program, but it is something that we could put in place as an available tool to give citizens in Lompoc the option. And what that would do is it would allow us the ability, or at least a tool that we could use, to issue citations for fireworks and other code violations, by the way, but specifically for fireworks, without having to go out into the community and encounter the risk that really is there when there is, there are sight issues. It's difficult to see because of smoke from fireworks that occurs. The fire department and police department can speak more about that, as they did at the last meeting. But it is a tool that will allow us to issue citations without having to be in the field. The next few items should be quick. So there was a statement at the August council meeting from a member of the public that 25% of the fines that the city collects when we seize dangerous fireworks have to be remitted to the state. And the staff report from the last meeting had said that it's 65%, not 25%. The member of the public thought that it was 25%. We double checked on that, and it is 65%. So when we, as an enforcement agency, seize dangerous fireworks and we issue a penalty for that, we have to remit 65% of that penalty to the state. And the state uses that for the destruction of the dangerous fireworks that local agencies seize, or local governments seize around the state. But again, this only This money only has to be given to the state when we, as the city, seize the fireworks. If we don't seize them and we just issue administrative citation for firing off illegal fireworks, then we don't need to remit any money to the state for that. There were questions from the council about improving the police department app and also potentially beginning to use an app called the NAILM app, NAIL''EM. The NAILM app is an app used by some other local jurisdictions to assist with fireworks enforcement. And it allows members of the public to report fireworks violations along with uploading photos and also uploading or potentially automatically inputting the GPS location for where that fireworks violation is taking place. The police department, and I am not sure whether fire department had input on this, but their reaction was that they do not believe that changes to the city's current app or adoption of the NAILM app would significantly enhance the city's enforcement efforts for fireworks. Number 7 in the staff report is a longer enforcement period. There was some discussion at the August council meeting about extending the enforcement period for fireworks around 4th of July. And in reviewing the code again, there actually is not any limit on the enforcement period for fireworks in town. We can enforce illegal fireworks or safe and sane fireworks violations any time of year. On any day of the year, they are illegal in town and we can enforce them in town. I think there is a time period where the additional funds that are used from the fines can be used for enforcement, but that's a separate issue. Fireworks violations in Lompoc can be enforced at any time of the year. So, the draft ordinance that we have before the council tonight for introduction contains already the change to make clear that fireworks violations are misdemeanors. It contains the language to make more clear and more well-defined the process for issuing citations to property owners that makes the ordinance more of a social host ordinance. And the options that council has tonight, at least options that are listed in the staff report, is whether you might want to implement the third-party witness administrative citation program similar to what Santa Maria has in their code, and also whether you may want to increase the amount of our fireworks violation penalties in our code. And of course, any other ideas that the council may have as well. So I am available for questions if council has any on this staff report. We have Brian Fetterman from the fire department also available for questions tonight. And thank you, Mayor. That concludes the report.
So we'll open the floor for council to ask questions of staff regarding these issues, and then we'll go to public comment, and then I propose we bring it back and go to each of the items where we need to make a decision and break it down, since it is a larger set of decisions to make rather than trying to tackle all of them at the same time.
And I'm sorry, we also do have Chief Mariani. He walked in. I did not see him walk in, but he is here as well.
He snuck up on you. Councilmember Vega.
Jeff, thank you for the information from the state as far as the fine structure. It seems like we're above what the state's actually fining, so we're within our realm of following lead for the fireworks enforcement from the state. One of my concerns would be property owners and holding them responsible for their tenants during our pandemic that we're having right now, since we have a rent moratorium, we have people that are not getting rent, so people are less compliant. I would think that that would be a negative to any property owner here to be in control of their renter, and to find the landlord who's not getting any rent as it is an undue hardship that we shouldn't be putting on them. I think if we went that route, or if we went to try and include a responsibility to the property owner, then we should have some way of the landlord having in their lease agreement that they're not approving the use of fireworks, just like they wouldn't approve smoking or the use of cannabis in their rental agreement or their lease agreements, as a way of justifying that they don't condone what has happened here, which would be kind of a release of liability on the owner's part. I mean, but during this pandemic and during these hardships, when we have the rent moratorium, the governor has basically put in an emergency order to allow the renters not to have to pay right now if it's related to COVID. Those are my comments. Kind of, I understand the other having a third party as a witness. I think what we're looking for is looking for an easier way of catching the people that are violating these laws. And hopefully some of these things will help. But again, I think we're within our fine structure already with the state. Increasing the fine without having a better structure is not going to deter people from firing these things off. So those are my comments. So I'm not sure if you have any rebuttal to that or
I'll
not.
just, maybe a couple comments. I think it is already in most residential leases a term that says that if the tenant violates any laws on the property, then that can be a cause for eviction. So that is a protection for a landlord. So if the tenant is cited for the violation, then that tenant can be evicted. If most leases have that term. But also, if we cite property owners for the violation, then the property owner is still going to get cited, but it's because of a violation committed by the tenant on their property, I think that tenant would be able to be evicted then as well.
But that doesn't take care of the ownership part of it. It's a way of getting money from someone, but it doesn't. You have out-of-town landlords, you have all these people here, and during the pandemic, we need to address that. We're addressing it for everything else, but we're not addressing it for this year, because as you stated, it was meant for the next 4th of July, which I don't see the COVID going away. So.
No, it's up to the council whether you want to have the ability to cite property owners for these violations.
Yeah, I got you.
or not. So,
I'm actually a supporter for property rights, but not, if the owner is the one in violation, it's different, but we have such a large population of renters here with lots of hardships. So anyway.
the other comment that I would make is the social host part of this ordinance doesn't just apply to landlords and tenants. It also applies to, say, just a regular single-family homeowner who invites, wants to have a 4th of July party in their backyard, and they have attendees at that party shooting off illegal fireworks.
Right.
That property owner could then be cited under the social host as well.
That would make common sense, because they actually that's their principal residence.
Right.
So they're going to be liable for anything that happens on that property, as it states. So, thank you.
A quick question regarding the concern of the moratorium that exists. If we were to put a social host parameter in the ordinance, could we also put it on hold while the pandemic is going on, given evictions aren't being allowed? Is that something we could implement but put on hold until we are out of that eviction moratorium?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'm probably jumping ahead here, but I think it might be a little bit easier for the public that's listening to this. When we go to the proposed ordinance here on page 2 of 3 at the bottom, section B, where it says it is unlawful for any property owner or person in control of property, wouldn't it be better when we get to that part, if we define tenant or person on the premises that's responsible for the property rather than property owner, also property owner and, because all it just says is, or person in control of property. Well, you know, I mean, there could be an adult, that could be Jeremy, you know, he would be responsible at that point, but the tenant is not there. There's a wish-wash in here, I think, where it just says a person in control.
Yeah. I think a person in control of the property could be a tenant. If it was a single-family house being rented by a tenant, and that tenant brought over, you know, wanted to have a 4th of July party in the backyard, and that tenant could be cited because they're a person in control of the property. Yeah. So we can try to clarify that language if you would like. I think person in control gives us some flexibility, but we could nail it down to be more defined if you'd like.
Councilmember Ball.
Thank you for the presentation on this. I just want to talk about some of the obvious things that we have to address. I've read through the whole staff report, and I'm anxious to ask some questions for the fire chief and the police chief. But the thing that I think we all have to realize as a community that this is not a problem that only Lompoc is facing. The advent or the growth of fireworks across the nation has been an issue. So I want us to be cautious of assuming that if we just change a fine structure or we do one little thing or we put it on a property owner, let's be honest, I fireworks go off over my house all the time and they're not on a property. They run to the end of the alley or they run out in the middle of the street and light it off and then take off. So again, we can update something for property owners, but if, again, I want us to be cautious not to just change a little bit here and there and assume that everything's just going to go back to perfection and that we won't have fireworks. This is a serious issue. So I'd love for us to have a conversation on, again, seeing all the things that Santa Maria tried to enact, tried to implement, tried to make a change, and then to see after all of that work, setting up a website, doing this and that and the other, they had 0 citations. So again, we have to be serious about this. We could change a couple little details, but if we have to be honest with the community about what may actually occur, and I'd love to get some perspective from our police chief and fire chief on, you know, if we were to do certain things, what can we expect over the next 2 years? Anyway, that's my comments.
So if you'd like them to answer your questions, they're more than welcome to come to the podium and answer your questions because they're here for that. So,
Okay.
Chiefs?
Who wants to go first? Hi, thank you, sir. In the statement from the Lompoc Fire Department, I wanted you to elaborate on a couple of statements. First one is, unfortunately, we have witnessed the action of a few compromise the majority. The calls for service and the pleas for assistance from community members who feel helpless is truly heartbreaking for us. Can you elaborate on what it is to be, from your side of things, trying to provide help to the community that's desperate?
Yeah, so the comments in the staff report, as you know, our mission is to try to keep the community as safe as possible at all costs. But the challenge is how do we do that safely and effectively? And this isn't just a 4th of July issue. This is a months and months long issue. We all know that living here and listening to it. We received hundreds and hundreds of phone calls into the fire station, and that's not including into the dispatch center, from cries for help from the community to stop this. People pleading with us with PTSD and animals that were having hard times and wanting to know what we were doing about it, and quite frankly, very upset because it was very hard for us to go stop it. Again, we have to have the resources and availability to do it. We have to be able to catch the person in the act. And the Big Red Fire Truck is not a undercover operation by any stretch of the imagination. And over the years, in our involvement, what we've seen is a growing escalation of illegal activity, but also very safe conditions for us to be out in. Just the Safe and Sane's loans being lit off in the streets are in multitude with the fog layer that comes into Lompoc. The visibility becomes almost impossible for us to even drive up and down the street, so crews have to back out. We've approached parties, we've been threatened, we've had fireworks shot at us, and in most recent years with some of the violent incidents that have happened on the 4th of July, we've had to absolutely send the crews back to the stations because it's just not safe to be out there, and there's no way we can catch it. So I put that in there of, I kind of to your point, we can increase the fines, but are we leading a false hope to the community that we're going to be able to curb this just on an increase in fine? It's really going to take the community's effort to peer pressure and help hold each other accountable and educate, because it is the action of a few that are affecting the multitude of our community for sure. And it is unfortunate, and I wish there was more that we could do, but it's gotten to a point, just last 4th of July alone, on that day, we ran 24 calls for service just from 911 related incidents for emergencies in the community. That's a significant impact for our department. So then to try to get out and curtail the 4th of July activity, it's just really impossible for us to pull off. So my comments are just more of I feel bad. I feel bad for the community, and I wish there was more that we could do, but we need a lot of help.
Thank you. It's also been, as we're all searching for solutions, it's been suggested that perhaps we just send the firefighters out there to play code enforcement, so to speak. Can you talk about whether that's a reasonable thing, or is that not reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, there's 9 firefighters on duty every single day for 24 hours. We have primary emergency responses that we have to go to. If we commit a fire truck and a crew to do the investigation and to cross-reference photographs and get witness statements, that's going to commit the resource. We tie up too many, we're going to have to call the county to come in and start running those calls. So the priorities are to the emergency responses first and foremost. And secondly, I can, in good faith, send the crews out to be threatened in the community, and that has unfortunately happened. And so then we have to back out and try to get the help from the police department, who's already over inundated at that night. So it can't send firefighters into a group gathering and a party where they can't see, and it's going to put themselves in harm's way also.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chief. I'm kind of in the same line. If you want to, you've done some research in Santa Maria. You've looked through a lot of their attempted solutions.
So I just want to clarify one thing. They had no citations as a result of the dual witness program, and they had no citations as a result of their website. However, they did issue 31 citations, and that was done by a 5-member team that worked in an undercover capacity, which is probably the best method to address this, absent having some cooperation and some community unity and some accountability there. I can tell you that this year was the worst in my 5 years here. And the number of calls, the number of emails I got, and just like so many other communities throughout the state and the nation, people are frustrated with this. But, usually it goes a week or two before 4th of July and a week or two after. Heck, we were going in through, October, November. We've even had some cases as of recently, too, again. So it is a big, big problem. And people are frustrated. They feel helpless, and they are complaining. There's several people that I know that routinely call, and they tell me about what they see. And unfortunately, when we respond in uniform, people see us, and by that time, people are gone. Several years ago, we issued citations, and we ran a detail for when we were, hate to beat this dead horse, when we had sufficient people to staff it, and we ran it for about a month. And I think we issued somewhere around 12 or 14 citations. So it can be done. But the other thing is, if we create an ordinance that we really can't back up, once again, it's kind of like an exercise in futility. But it takes some education, it takes some accountability and some unity within the community to people talk to neighbors, and, oftentimes they know who's doing this. I live in the city. I'll tell you, I was frustrated because this past year in my neighborhood, I heard them all the time, and the units respond, and they rarely catch anyone. So, I don't want to sound like there's nothing that can be done, but through some undercover or plainclothes details, we could have an impact. But for me to put 5 people on a team, I then don't have a shift to run. So, that's the big challenge.
I'm not sure you have the exact numbers, but maybe you can elaborate. Back at whatever time that we stood up 4 or 5 people undercover to go and do that, compare our size of force today with what we may have had at that time.
Well, we were around, I believe, 46 or 47 officers at the time.
Where are we at right now?
We are at 40,
Okay.
but actually in terms of deployable people, because one is in training in the academy, and I have one that's currently off, we have 38 people from me on down.
So I appreciate you elaborating on that. My goal with this is there's no easy solution. I think we all know that. There's no sides to this thing. It's very, very complicated. But I want our citizens that are very concerned about this to understand the complications that you guys have with addressing this easily. We hear constantly, why don't the police do X? Why don't they ask the fire to do this? And I just want the community to know that we have, we hear it all the time, we have less people here to help us enforce all these rules and regs that we create than almost ever. So again, it is very challenging. As we move forward, our goal is to create budgets that help staff up in the proper ways that help us address these things. But I just want to remind council, from my perspective, that a quick tweak here and there or adding a fine is almost a road to nowhere in my perspective, unless we've got some teeth behind the enforcement mechanism. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief, before you step away, to you and Chief Fetterman, the number of phone calls, the number of emails that not only you received, but I received and many of us received, and the adamancy with which these individuals spoke of knowing exactly who did it, while we might not be Santa Maria, would perhaps implementing a third-party administrative citation process be a tool that wouldn't require as much manpower, is a year-round tool that you potentially could give to those individuals who really do want to see results and are willing to make this commitment associated with this, because they were willing to give us their names, they were willing to tell us where it was happening, and give them this opportunity to provide the statements and allow you a smaller response, because you're not having to put the undercover group out. It's potentially just reviewing it and potentially leading to some results. Even if it didn't work somewhere else, it might be an opportunity, especially as you're understaffed, to see if it is a tool. Because again, we can't give you more staff, we can't give you more funds, but if we can empower these individuals that were already very public, willing to state their names and giving us all the information, the tool that then becomes a tool for less manpower on the ground, but something you can react to, would that be helpful?
Well, ultimately, we could do that, but then we also have to remember that the decision to impose a fine or consequence doesn't rest with the police department. So are the courts going to support that? And that's always my concern too, especially when we get to third-party type of action. And I think, we're going to have to withstand the legal challenges, which will come. So that's the big challenge there as well.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Cordova.
So, I studied I went back and studied the agenda and my notes from the August 4th meeting. I also went back and read the original ordinance that was created when this Safe and Sane fireworks was allowed to be brought into the city of Lompoc. And of course, I've heard the countless comments from our community residents as to what the issues are on both sides, whether they want to be able to sell Safe and Sane and how selling Safe and Sane
is not bad for the community because they're doing it the responsible way and they're nonprofits and they're generating money for their causes versus, you know, even if you stop them, is that really going to stop the violations for dangerous fireworks? Probably not. It's not a fail-safe way of doing it. However, I do disagree that not having certain components in place or elements in place is, or the statement that Councilmember Ball made about, you know, we don't want to be misleading to the public, I agree. However, I think that the staff report calls it out as, and I think the city attorney also called it out as an additional enforcement tool. So no, they're not, all the steps are not fail-safe, they're not necessarily going to work, but not having anything or having what we have and not being able to enforce it is more of a disappointment to our community rather than at least putting tools in place where the community can go and upload a picture or have, you know, the one person witness or the two people witness, having the host, the staff report calls it the host, gosh, I'm missing it right now, but being able to hold land owners or property owners and renters responsible, I still think that's an element that needs to be built in. So having these elements built in is important, I think. I agree with Mayor Osborne, but I would spin it in a different way. I have some notes on that I was thinking, well, what if we created a little task force where instead of having, as Chief just said, you know, it takes 5 people, it took a 5-man crew for the city of Santa Maria to generate 33 or 32 citations. What if we put 1 or 2 officers assigned to that, plus we brought in volunteers, which in speaking to Councilmember Vega about something totally different, he brought to my attention that before, commissioners from the Public Safety Commission used to volunteer with the police department to do certain support or to help the police department. So maybe grabbing a volunteer or 2 or using them all and going out into the districts so that we have people, and then also maybe a couple of, you know, volunteers from the community where, you know, people that are willing to come out and volunteer and help. I don't think just sending out the community is a good idea because, as Chief said, they can't really enforce it. They're not authority, they're not law, they're not going to be able to necessarily hold up citations. And at the end of the day, anything we do requires the actual follow through of our staff. And I know that this was heavily discussed on the August 4th meeting because it's non-enforceable because we don't have the manpower to even go through with these administrative fines because of XYZ reasons. Either we don't have enough staff to go to file these fines, we don't have enough time to go after this, and we don't have enough resources or whatnot. So I think we need to do something. I'm just tired of talking about it and not developing a plan. The staff report clearly states that the city council directed staff to consider several items related to strengthening the city's firework enforcement capacity. Although I see certain things here, I'm still not seeing an actual plan that is going to get us to that point where we can enforce it. And we keep trying to dump it on police and we keep trying to dump it on fire department, but it really is going to take a collaborative effort from staff, fire, and it's going to take funding. And we need to hold ourselves responsible for that. As well as, I was actually thinking too, having an actual code enforcement officer, if we had one, which makes us responsible for putting that back on somehow, being able to be a part of that little task force that can help the police department and coming up with a task force to do it that way. That's just a couple of the things that I had in mind.
This is a quick question for our city attorney before I rotate to my fellow council members. Does our ordinance allow for cost recovery for pursuing payment of the fines? Because I know that's often a discussion we issue the fines, they don't pay, the late fees build, and then we're going to courts and chasing them to pay the fines. And it's often seen as a loss because by the time You bill us for chasing that $500 fine, it's cost us $500. Does our ordinance allow recovery of that cost? And if not, can we put that in?
If we have to go to court to collect the administrative fines, we can also collect the attorney's fees that the city spends for going to court for that.
So we can make it a cost recovery and not a burden on the community to carry that. Okay.
The ordinance already has that in there.
Okay.
yes.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Starbuck?
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova, you're right. But what we've done so far up here on the dais is I think that we forfeited our $10,000 enforcement money that we got from TNT and Phantom, because we've admitted that we aren't using that money for enforcement. I'm sitting here, Chief, in my mind, I'm going, you would have to have a task force of non-uniformed officers out there to catch them. I keep thinking, that's genius. God, think of what else we could catch with non-uniformed police officers out there. It would be a two-pronged thing. I think it's a win if we did have non-uniformed officers out there. I understand this, and it keeps coming up, and I want to put it out here right now. We're undermanned, yes. How many officers? You say 38 you and below. Mr. Troop, how many officers are funded in the budget currently, including what's going to be added with the sales tax, please?
47.
Thank you. So it's the issue is getting officers, we just aren't getting them.
For clarity, you do use the $10,000 for the enforcement. That's what your budget is for those last few weeks where you put the additional manpower
Well, we were
out.
just told that we give up, we go back to the station, we're not able to catch. I mean, it's, in my eyes, it's an admittance.
But the responses are happening. You do send people out, you do respond. So the time is spent, the work is done, so the money is being utilized. It's just a very difficult thing to catch someone in the act.
We've had details the last few years, but they're uniform details, and they're overtime details. And they usually average 2 officers. And this year was extremely challenging because we were short people, but we got people to volunteer. So for the 2 weeks that we ran the detail, I think we ran it a total of 11 days.
Thank you for
But they
that.
were uniformed officers.
If I could, if you don't mind, I just wanted to interject about the money part. Currently, when we get the 10,000, we put it in the fiduciary fund and trust fund, and we draw it into the general fund as we can substantiate that we've gone out and done a task force.
Thank you for that clarity,
And
Dean.
there is a little bit of extra in there besides the 10,000 we'll get if we did it again.
Okay. And then Chief Fetterman.
My apologies to we have had members sign up voluntarily to go out and do patrol, as well as the extensive work that the fire marshal does too, from the enforcement side and from the booth inspections that have to take place to make sure that they are all in compliance, so it all falls within the enforcement category too. So my apologies for leaving that out.
Thank you for that clarity. Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, 2 quick things. First off, with all respect to Councilmember Cordova, I ultimately agree. I think it's great to have tools. My point in making these is that I don't want the community to get a false sense of changes on the horizon just because we made a couple tweaks to the law. Ultimately, if we're going to address this, it's going to come down to funding and staffing. That's the only way that we can. And with respect to Councilmember Starbuck, it is so exciting to have funded positions that are empty. Not really. I wish we had kept what we had a long time ago, but no, unfortunately, we have to build back staffing, and it is really, really difficult to find qualified, clean officers for not only our department, but for throughout the nation. I know that's a big challenge, so I'm hopeful that we've got a couple new ones and that they'll stick around and stay here, and that we might start to turn the tide on that. One more thing I just wanted to mention, and I'm glad that Councilmember Cordova brought this up. Let's talk about volunteers, and I'll be bringing this to the public over the next few weeks, if not months, as we start to talk about the budget, and that is what we used to do. And someone gave me 5 years worth of the annual police reports, 5 years from 07 to 11. And it has in there our full staffing. We got up to 52 sworn. We had GNET, we had drug enforcement, all those things. And somehow, and I'm not putting that on necessarily on this current council, but over the last 10 years, we've lost the willpower to maintain what we got the community used to, and that is taking care of our issues. We are way behind on that. And if anyone up here thinks that 52 minus 12 and we're at 40 or 38, and we can just peel off a few more people to go and do something, you know, plain clothes, this is not reality. So we have to be serious about this, and if we do want to affect change in the fireworks issue, sure, let's include some tools on the tool belt, but let's find somebody that can actually wear the tool belt and do the job. I think that's very important. Any comments you want to make?
I just want to add one thing, Councilman. We've made some fantastic strides this last year. We've hired 8 people. We currently have 4 on FTO and 2 that pass FTO, and of the 8, 2 didn't. But to get those 8, and thanks to HR, we probably tested over 150 people. You know, it's no easy process to become a police officer, contrary to belief by some folks. It's a very, very involved and demanding hiring process. The good news is, just today, I have 3 candidates that are nearing the completion of background, which I hope to have in the July class, along with 1 more who's already committed. We've extended a conditional job offer. So hopefully we're going to have 4 in the academy, which then brings us only 3 away from our authorized strength. And as I mentioned last night, we will probably be at 47 by the end of the year. And who knows? We may be sending 5 or 6 in the next academy, which I would love. Of course, there's an attrition rate there too. So they have to get through that academy as well. So we're making a lot of great strides. I know in February, in the next couple of weeks, we're going to have another test. And HR has been extremely diligent in recruiting and putting the word out. And considering what the year brought, the fact that we were able to hire 8 people is quite significant.
I have one more quick thought, question to run by you. You guys were mentioning it earlier, and that is the, I think it's either 2010 or 2011 in the police report, it mentioned the community services officer. And I had a conversation with somebody in the community about, we used to have a really big army of volunteers to help, and that has been, obviously over time and cuts has been dwindled down. But it's either 2010 or 2011. We had 84 volunteers, accounting for 3,000 additional volunteer hours helping out our police department. Not carrying guns, not doing anything crazy, but just filling in the gaps. And so when people want to know, well, what the heck happened? How come we can't address this? Let's measure where we are right now compared to what we used to do 10 years ago.
Well, I just want to add on that. So up until a year ago, we still had a pretty robust volunteer corps. And the truth is, most of them are senior citizens retired, and they come with a wealth of diversity and experience and professionals. But early on in the pandemic, I took measures to protect everybody. And one of the first things I did was close down our lobby to limit exposure, and then I had to exclude outside personnel for their safety as well as ours. And so I'm hoping, because it's been almost a year now without these volunteers, and they did a lot of things for us in terms of supporting, our clerical staff and some of the other administrative details. When we have DUI checkpoints, they work those things. Sometimes we call them out to crime scene to help us set up on a perimeter for traffic control. They work the parades. They work all these events. And I'm hoping that once this is over, and many of them, they are very frustrated that they can't engage and be part. And we miss them terribly. But I am hopeful that once this is over, we can get them back. Plus, we'll go out and recruit more people, too, as well. We can engage the community and start getting people involved to volunteer. Because I've had several people tell me, hey, I want to come and help. I said, unfortunately, right now, I can't have you in the station. So that's where we're at.
Thank you for that explanation. Before I hand it to Councilmember Cordova, I think from my perspective, we still need to go to public comment, is that we know that there is a demand to maintain safe and sane, and being respectful of that, we still have to deal with the existence and the uptick aggressively of the illegal fireworks. And knowing our limited staff, it's really important that we look at and examine and potentially implement every possible tool that might lead to deterring, making it expensive and difficult, and do the enforcement side from adding tools and evaluating that implementation after it happens. And hopefully, the community that wants this additional oversight, that wants this additional enforcement, that wants to feel like they have some response above and beyond always calling you initially, that they can take some of this into, their own ability to do something about it, much like many of their calls were, is how do we help? What can we do? And so again, I know that it may not solve it overnight. It won't solve all the problems, but I think it's really important, especially during COVID when we've all felt frustrated and not able to get out and do more, that we put tools in place that are there for the community. And that's what some of these additional concepts are. And it's really important that we look at it not only how does it help you, but how does it help those in the community that are being affected by this and really, really want the opportunity to work on that change. Councilmember Cordova.
I was going to ask, how many citations were issued last year? Do we know?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I believe there was a total of 2 or 3 citations that were issued.
And then, what is the possibility, city attorney or city manager, for increasing that $10,000 that we receive from? You know what? Why don't you explain where that $10,000 comes from, just so that we get a refresher on it, and then what is the possibility of increasing that for the safe and sane vendors that are allowed to sell in our city?
So that is part, and the city attorney can correct me, but it's in the contract we have with the T&T, I believe it is. So we'd have to go back and renegotiate that contract with them.
How long is that contract for?
I do not know. I'd have to find that out.
Councilmember Vega.
I wanted to build on the point of volunteers, and Chief, you have this where we're protecting everybody from COVID, so I applaud you. But the governor also has tiers and layers of for the businesses, so I'm wondering if you expect any kind of easing up on your regulations as far as for the volunteers or the public safety people, because it seems that we need to re-engage our people. On the public safety end, I think it's a great point. Councilmember Ball says, hey, volunteers are key. They can be eyes and ears, if nothing else, during a 4th of July or a holiday, should they care to. At the same token, by re-engaging our commissioners in a positive mode, we're trying to change the mindset of people on or that want to be, they want our community to be safe, so they're looking for our commissioners to also be an extension because everyone knows so many people. And we want it to be a positive thing to be a commissioner here, and we want them to be a support group for you guys, not a negative complaint-based, commission. Obviously, there's going to be complaints, but you don't want that to be the bulk of it. I'd like to see them be supportive of all of you so that we can utilize them more. I think that was the intent once upon a time. Not sure, if it's just me or if I think it's gotten weakened through the time frames. With COVID, so I'd like us to at least take a look at that, because by re-engaging, at least on the public safety, and I know when I was a public safety commissioner, there was, as Councilwoman Cordova referred to, you were kind of told, about DUI checkpoints, or you were invited if you wanted to participate or something like that, and then you actually, there's some pride involved when they're helping you guys, And I think we need some of that right now so that we have more people out there supporting us and looking out for our community as a whole, instead of being so self-centered that all they care about is the latest complaint. You know, as you, Chief Fetterman there, as you said, you get hundreds and thousands of calls, as we all do, you know, but it's hard when people are angry to make common sense of it. You know, it's hard to reason with someone that's just angry and they want quick results and you can't give it to them. You know, it's tough. So I'd like to be a positive part of that in seeing what we can do, you know. Obviously, the pandemic takes precedence, but that's the direction I'd like to see you go, and just ask for some more people to help within our little groups there. And I'm not asking for you guys to go train everybody, but eyes and ears are good. You know, hey, if they see something and they take a picture of it, as you said, it's going to be work for you guys, but it's going to be at least evidence. So, thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
We'll go to Councilmember Cordova and then close discussion and go to public comment.
I was going to ask another question. Chief, you mentioned that you guys are enforcing, obviously the city attorney said that it's enforceable throughout the entire year. There is no real time frame given to that. It's enforceable throughout the year. But Chief, you mentioned that you're effectively trying to put, you know, officers on that. Is there a specific time frame that you're working with? Is it during the time of the sale or during the time of the July 4th?
Well, usually the funding provides for like a week or so before the 4th of July, and then we carry it over, if we can, an additional week.
Okay.
But like I said, this year, it went on for months, and we're still seeing it. And some nights, you know, we have to distinguish whether it's fireworks or actual gunfire. So that's the other issue, too.
And I was also going to bring up that when I was looking at the ordinance, it mentioned, and I don't know, the fire chief can maybe speak on this, it mentioned that applications have to be made by a certain date, and the cutoff is on a certain date. And I believe we're on that right now. Can you talk to us about that? And then, yeah, talk to us about that. What is the opening time frame and where does it close?
So the application period goes from the 15th of January to February 1st at 5 p.m. And if the first lands within a weekend or a holiday, it moves to the very next open day of business. So that did conclude today at 5 p.m.
And how many applications have you received for 2021?
2.
Okay. So I was just going to bring up that, in my opinion, and again, as Mayor Osborne said, we have to go to public comment. In my opinion, we need to solve this year. We need to put action in place. I do not think it's fair to take away the opportunity for people, our community that wants to have safe and sane, for the vendors or the nonprofits that benefit from that. I don't think it's fair to take that away from them or to blame that as the only reason why we have dangerous fireworks. So I think that we can develop a plan and try to serve the entire community on both sides. But I was going to say that because we're in it right now and we're in COVID, this council might consider suspending it for this year until we get to a plan that is enforceable and that is proper for our community, the safety of our community on both sides.
Unfortunately, my concern in this would be the legal ramifications. If we suspended the program entirely, that potentially suspends any ability to do any enforcement. And so while we might consider suspending safe and sane, suspending enforcement is potentially complicates the ability to deal with the calls that come in, even if we don't change anything to our current ordinance. So there, you know, that would be kind of my question to the city attorney.
Just to clarify, I don't think it would legally prevent us from enforcing, but it would take away the extra $10,000 in funding for enforcing.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions?
Yeah, I never said to suspend the enforcement. What I said was suspend the application process and suspend us having the safe and sane, the sale of safe and sane in the community, just because we're on that period right now and it's COVID. We don't know what the restrictions are going to be in July. We hope that we're back open and everything's back to normal, but we don't know what that is. And we are in the application process right now. And right now, we're still currently shut down for the most part.
True. All right, so we will go to public comment on this. If you would like to speak on this item, you are welcome to call 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio when your call is put through so that we don't hear the feedback and make it difficult for us to hear. Did we have any written comments?
No, ma'am, no written comments.
Thank you.
That, Ms. Mayor, you didn't directly address how Ms. Cordova and the attorney both pointed out that really the only thing that's going to change is the police will get less funding. That seems to be your priority on everything. It really doesn't seem like much is, I mean, it seems like a good idea. And the second those points were made that kind of went against what you were saying, that was kind of when you ended the conversation. I really would like to see that addressed specifically. And if you could explain further, like, what's the problem? That's about it. Oh, no, actually, hold on. I sent you a lot of questions. You've ignored the majority of them. I asked you some questions at the, what was it, the thing on gang violence. I didn't get answers to the majority of those. You kind of passed them on to other people as well. And a lot of people are saying you blocked them on social media along with Mr. Ball. How do you respond to that? Thank you.
Thank you for your call. The item up for discussion and public comment is our fireworks ordinance and potential changes. To make a comment on this item, please call 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201, and remember to mute your TV, radio, or PC. While we wait, I did receive a written comment that wasn't distributed to all of council, and it did ask us to consider the ramifications of our current ordinance and how it is not enforceable, and that we should look at whether or not to continue the Safe and Sane program as a result. Please go ahead.
This is Will Schuyler, I'm here in Lompoc, and something I kind of questioning here on the report from the city staff. For 2 years, I've been doing a fireworks booth, and Councilmember Starbuck brought there about a $10,000 fee that TNT Fireworks gives the city. There's okay, and so in 2019, there was a deal in that the city, the fireworks booth, were to do a 30% profit to the city on the individual booth. And then they come about a week before and put another 4% surcharge on there. Yeah, so right there's $5,000 extra that came in from just one fireworks booth in the year 2019. And we had an RV down there as our night watchman, and to go there you got to get a permit to do that for $250 to the city. So, and then the other, I don't know what it is. I'm not going to share, but anyway, the TNT pays each one of these locations a fee for renting the space, and so there's an income to the stores. And then let's not forget, we charge sales tax on all those, and now 2% of this last year comes back to the city for sales tax. So, so an awful lot of people worked real hard to help us celebrate the birthday of our nation, and we would certainly like you guys to be aware of that. And it's a special time for this country. Well, thank you very much for listening. Bye.
Thank you for the call.
Good evening, you're live in the council meeting. Are you ready to give public comment?
I am.
Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Terry Doubtney, and I'm a resident of Lompoc. I was disappointed, devastated when I found out that we had no rules to do anything about the illegal fireworks that were being set off in our city. And I do not feel it's appropriate to put it off for another year. From what I can tell, I think the person responsible for the property should be held liable if fireworks are set off, and or the property owner. And also, I was not clear on what the fine was going to be for the people that are setting the fireworks off. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good evening, you're live in the Lompoc City Council meeting. Are you ready to give public comment?
Yep.
Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes.
I'm Kathy Howard. There were comments earlier talking about citizens that were willing to give their name and whatever about where these fireworks were being fired off, and I think that is a terrible idea to include in an ordinance. If the firemen are afraid to go to houses that have been reported and parties that have been reported, to allow citizens to give their names even if they are willing is dangerous. Please do not put that in an ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Seeing no additional calls, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. What I would like to do is go through the discussion items, and where a decision or direction is needed, focus on that, so we are not trying to take on the entire elephant all at once. So on item 1 of the staff report, this is just a recommendation to update the ordinance with clearer language. I don't see why we wouldn't agree to that. Is there anybody who objects to this? Do we have a full support for this? Councilmember Cordova.
I just have a question on that. There was a question as to, on the ordinance where it states that permission, no permission may be granted to ignite, discharge, project, or otherwise fire or use of sane fireworks on any private parking lots used for retail, commercial. And then it goes on to say, unless also approved as part of a block party. I know there was some concern there, and I'd like to know, so as long as we can rope in that there is enforcement and regulation provided for block party events. Otherwise, I would suggest removing that, only because if we can't enforce it on a block party event, if we can't enforce it on a normal level, Are we enforcing it on a block party event level as well? I don't know if anybody has an answer to that.
Is that best addressed via a city attorney or via the police department? Because I'm not sure who submits what department receives the block party application and approves it, and then makes sure that the parameters to support the block party is covered. One of you dive into the microphone to clarify or both of you, for Councilmember Cordova.
And can I just add that it's my understanding that the Parks and Rec Department get the applications for the block party, but I don't know if that's true or not.
I know we get them.
Okay.
So we've got them, and I know that the fire department does as well. So when they come in, of course, they're having a block party, and this past year we had one. They show proof of insurance, able to cover their liability, appropriate ingress and egress to manage traffic, and if they're asking for a closure, that has to be submitted as well. And ultimately, it may even go to streets for approval on some of those things as well.
Okay. So Chief, if somebody was having a block party and they decided to set off, even if it was safe and sane, but if it is out of the scope of the timeline permissible through our ordinance to set off safe and sane, they would have a violation issued to them.
They could be cited as well.
Thank you, Chief. I don't know if there's anything to add by our fire chief.
But he is headed towards the microphone.
I would just clarify too that without the permit for the block party, it is illegal to discharge the safe and sane on the sidewalk or in the street as well. So I don't want there to be a misunderstanding that you can then do that legally within the street. So then it would be a who did it come from situation.
Yep.
All right, so the clarity is having the block party application is actually a good thing because that has gone through a vetting process and does have parameters that they are required to follow and is a better option than just spontaneously doing it. Okay, Councilmember Vega.
Yes, Mayor, if you could clarify, are we going to go down the list one by one with these things, or?
I'm trying to, and there's
Okay.
about 4 of them that the city attorney, some of them are just report outs, but there were 4 where we were to confirm or provide direction.
Okay, and
We're on item 1, clarification of the firework
so
violations.
that's an
or
easy
mysteries.
one, right?
Yeah, exactly,
So
and
we
that's
just wait to
what,
go to the next one, is that what I'm just clarifying so I understand?
right,
Okay.
and Councilmember Cordova had a question regarding that, regarding block parties, which she just got her clarity on.
Okay.
So I am waiting for council to say they agree with all of this and have no problem with the clarifications, and if all of us agree, we can move forward.
Okay, but we're not approving anything right now at this time?
Not a full motion to accept all the
Okay.
changes.
Because one of my questions would be, and you can give me a little direction here, okay, because
Yeah.
I'm asking,
Yeah.
is on the responsibility as far as homeowners and something, okay?
We'll get to that one,
Okay,
and
and I
that's,
want to clear, because, okay?
yep, because
so
that's really important to you, and I want to make
It's
sure
really
we
important.
focus on
I
that.
think it's, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is item 1, clarification that firework violations are misdemeanors and its clarity, and it just needs our approval as part of it moving forward. And I wanted to make sure there wasn't anyone who disagreed with it, and I don't see that we have that after getting clarification on block parties from Councilmember Cordova. Correct? All right, seeing no objections, we'll take that we all agree and thank staff for that recommendation. Item 2 is a decision that needs direction if we want to look at increasing fines for firework violations in either of the illegal fireworks arena or the safe and sane fireworks. I don't believe that the safe and sane fireworks need any adjustment to the fines because in all of our experience and in the community's experience, again, the safe and sane fireworks are not the issue. What is issue is the violations for the illegal fireworks. And while we have these penalties and they are higher than the state recommends, we're also learning as we go through this process that some of these individuals easily drop any amount of these fines on buying those illegal fireworks. So what I would propose is that we increase each of the administrative penalties by $500, making it slightly more expensive again, because I think there has to be a penalty and detriment to choosing to do something. And then the second part is I would ask that we support changing the language in our ordinance that says may collect attorney fees to shall, so that it's required. I don't think this is an area where we need to waver on whether or not we recollect attorney fees for collecting those debts. Councilmember Vega.
You know, being that they're above the state's levels already, I understand that. I think the path to collecting the fees is more important than increasing the fee. So I'd like to see that path, and I think you just clarified that without the increase in fees. I think the fact that you raise the penalty that they can actually collect attorney's fees and court fees is going to scare the hell out of somebody, I think, once they know about it. So I'd kind of like to see the fees stay the same, but with that additional caveat that you added, only because the state is already, we've already exceeded the state. So I think to paint a pretty picture, to say we're going to squeeze more out of them, I think the path to getting the money would be more important to me, and I think to the community.
Okay. Councilmember Cordova.
I feel that the staff report is a bit misleading because by increasing the fines, the staff report says that we can increase fines for fireworks violation. This could increase revenue generated by fines. But yet we only cited 2 people last year. So the truth is that we're not citing people. We're not generating any money. So I think it's misleading. I think that leaving the fines as they are is the way to go and actually doing something about it. I think the changes that we're adopting by now issuing the verbiage where it states the clarification that this is a misdemeanor, I think adding the component that Mayor Osborne just stated, but leaving the fine the same and just actually going after the fine is what we need to do to generate it. We can put it at $1 million, but if we're never going to go after it and we're never going to hold people accountable, then it's misleading to our public. I say we leave it the same.
Okay. I got 2 no's. All I need is a third to disagree with the raising of the fines, but I've got 3 supporting the changing the wording from may collect to shall recover attorney fees. Is somebody going to be the third to agree that we aren't going to increase the fines?
I'll be the third to disagree.
Okay. All right, so we are not going to increase the fines by $500. We are going to recommend that the verbiage say we shall collect and recover all attorney fees, not may. All right. Item 3 is the issue you were very passionate about, Councilmember Vega, the enforcement against property owners. And we had a very robust discussion on this issue about having a social host ordinance, and Councilmember Starbuck recommended that there be some clarity in verbiage that might allow us to implement this. So I look to hear your feedback on this, because I think this is an additional tool for those out in the community to utilize, but your concerns are valid, and I want to think about, if we put it in, can we leave it as a moratorium till evictions are allowed again? So Councilmember Vega.
I have a suggestion to make it a little bit more community-friendly, because we are representing the community. It's not just City Hall. We want people to buy in, the people that actually own homes. We want them to know that we're advocates for them also, but we also want to advocate for the landlords who may not have control over their tenants, and maybe they don't live here. So I think that if you were to change the verbiage, instead of putting property owners, as you stated, Councilman Starbuck, that it says to find the person in control of the property. I think that would probably be another way to do it, because if it's kids and their people or cousins, or if it's parties out there, now we're simplifying it instead of trying to over-explain what we mean. Of course, you said something that gives you a little bit more leniency and leeway, but we're not advocating for the property owner that has no intent to do anything wrong. So I think if we could change it to person in control of the property, it takes the place of all their kids, all their cousins. You know, someone's going to get in trouble or going to get a citation or a fine. And I think that parents may wake up when they see their kids or whoever it is out there in their front yard shooting them, and they find, oh shit, we're going to get, I hate to say it like that, but we're going to get the fine. They're not going to, you know, and we're not going to. And then when you have another faction where there's someone, actually probably a neighbor, that is more likely than not to say, hey, enough, or it could be an animal owner or a pet owner, somebody with PTSD we're going to have an additional tool there. So my suggestion is to put person in control of the property, which covers the kids, their families, as a suggestion.
For clarification on this, City Attorney, Mr. Malave, does that create too much leeway and require us to provide a definition of what person in control might represent and make it more difficult? Or is it doing exactly as Councilmember Vega is suggesting, make it helpful for those to not feel like, well, I have a tenant, but I'm not here, and I'm not in control of the property once I've leased it?
I think it's more toward what Councilmember Vega was saying, and it could make property owners not be liable sometimes, because if you cross out property owner and you just say person in control can be fined, that means if there's a tenant that's in control of the property, then we can't fine the property owner at that time. We'd only be able to fine the tenant.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I wanted to make sure, because it's a legal term and how we're addressing it, that it was exactly as Councilmember Vega was asking. Did you want to add to that before
Yes,
we?
and that's exactly what I meant. Those words, that verbiage are your words in that ordinance about person in control, or exactly what does it state, and it was meant to give you guys more leeway. What I'm trying to do is advocate for the property owners that could be landlords.
I got it.
Okay?
So yeah.
And I think that, by cutting that out is actually not a detriment. You still have authority over persons controlling that property, but like I say, the person that actually has the lease is going to be responsible for anybody on their property, so I'm thinking it actually is a positive instead of a negative.
I understand. I think you've been clear. Yeah.
Councilmember Cordova.
I'm going to actually take that from a different angle, because the staff report does state that Lompoc Municipal Code already calls for the responsibility of property owners. And so when it comes to liability of residential property and violations to that particular chapter, so I think creating verbiage into an ordinance, again, where we're not going to hold property owners responsible because we don't want to hurt their feelings, but there's already a municipal code that allows us to do it, is contradicting. City Attorney?
If you decided you wanted to delete property owners out of here, we would take it out of that other part too. So
And
solely for fireworks, it would only say person in control can be cited.
And I'll just say I'm not okay with that, because it goes back to how is this going to be enforceable? So when the police arrives or when the fire department arrives and they can't cite someone because they don't know who's in control of the property, or it sends us through an excavation exercise to figure out, well, who's renting the property and who, I think that property owners need to be responsible, just like they are held responsible in other Lompoc Municipal Code areas for what happens on that property. I don't care if they're from out of town or not. If somebody is in violation in that is putting the wellness or the well-being or the safety of their neighbors or residents or fire safety or whatever it is, somebody needs to be responsible. And if that, at the end of the day, the buck stops with the property owner.
So to Councilmember Starbuck's earlier comment, where property owners are mentioned, and by that we know we look at it as the individuals living on the property versus a property owner who has a tenant. And he was asking that instead of it saying person in control, it actually states something along the lines of tenant in the case of leased property, so that it wasn't onerous on the property owner whether they resided here or not. Is that better clarity and actually maintains the property owner, as well as stating if you're the property owner but you don't reside there, the tenant then becomes responsible? Looking at what they're both trying to accomplish, I'm looking for that ideal that expresses all of it but doesn't create enough vagueness that says or makes it difficult for enforcement.
I think that's a pretty good idea. So if it's a property that's leased, then it would be the tenant.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a property that's not leased, It would be the property owner.
So owner-occupied property owner versus tenant-occupied citation. And I think that, to me, solves both of the requests because it truly defines what we're talking about and holds it more accountable in a more clarified way, like Councilmember Starbuck was asking for, and eliminates the broad and potential difficulty of enforcing something that's a really general term. So before I come back to you,
I got you.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Starbuck. Oh, Councilmember Ball, thank you.
No, I just wanted to support that idea as well. Any way that we can clarify it, I think it makes sense. Let's take a situation, the enforcers respond to the case and they look around, there's 20 people, hopefully not that many during COVID, but then I suppose the officers say, please raise your hand if you are the person in control. That person's probably not going to raise their hand. So to simplify it and make it, it's either the tenant or it's the property owner, I think that's fair and very clear, so I support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'll play devil's advocate on this. Let's say that it's somebody's lighting them off in public housing. It's a tenant of HUD. Are we going to go after HUD, County of Santa Barbara, or the tenant in the public housing? The person that is directly there responsible. You have insurance as a landlord, but you don't have control of the tenant.
So I think that the solution based on the feedback from Councilmember Cordova and considering what Councilmember Vega's trying to accomplish would be to be very clear and say owner-occupied property owners and or tenant or tenant of leased property, something along those lines. You'll figure out the legal terminology, but you get what I'm trying to state as the differentiation, right?
So I do understand.
Okay.
And then so in Councilmember Starbuck's example about HUD or the housing authority, the tenant would be the one that's cited because it's a leased property.
Exactly.
It's a property that has a tenant.
Right. So I will cycle back to you, Councilmember Vega.
I'm looking at it from a landlord's standpoint, it would be nice from a landlord standpoint to get constructive notice that that's, something like that, like, we do it with abatements and violations. I can tell you, I understand where all of we're all coming from, but we are advocates for our community also. Not everyone is a violator here, so we're actually advocating for as they said, there's the few that spoil it for the many. So I'm going to take that verbiage and say, when they get a citation and it is a rental property and it's maybe send a constructive notice to the landlord that there's been a violation at that property because it could be repercussions to the tenant. Maybe the landlord's not going to want them anymore, which they're going to take care of. If it was public housing or if it was Section 8, God forbid that they're going to put their voucher in jeopardy like that. I mean, I don't know that we want to go that far. Like Councilman Starbuck said something about what if it's public housing? Are we going to notify the housing authority that they've gotten a citation? Or are we not going to go that far to jeopardize someone's roof over their head? Or is it them that are jeopardizing their security? You know what I'm saying? So it does take, it gets more serious because someone's actually jeopardizing their voucher or, their housing for their kids by allowing their kids to shoot fireworks out in front. Illegal fireworks is where we're going with, okay? So I'll leave it with that.
And so to some aspect, a lot of what we're discussing is how do we, as the enforcers, also hold individuals personally accountable. And so I'm not sure on the legal ability that if we issue the citation to the tenant, are we required to notify the landlord of this violation, or is that overreach? Is this something that is done? And I know it's done in other scenarios with public housing for certain crimes that are committed because it would violate their agreement, but I'm not sure if it's a good move or if it is, again, it's additional staff time, potentially.
Well, it's definitely additional staff time, but not a significant amount, I wouldn't think. We're certainly not required to notify a landlord, I wouldn't think, if we issue a citation to a tenant. Whether we could or whether that gets us into any legal trouble, if you wanted to do that, then when I bring the ordinance back, I could have an analysis of whether that's a thing that you can do or not.
I'd rather do an analysis rather than make an offhand judgment on that one, so that would be my perspective. Councilmember Cordova.
Yeah, or consider the other side to that of maybe notifying them or giving an implementation period for property owners and renters to be aware that this is a new, that this is going into effect, and that way they can notify their renters as far as what the code is going to be or what the ordinance is going to be. I don't know how easy that is, or, but maybe having an implementation period that would allow for property owners to be able to at least let their leasees know. I don't know how likely that is. Whether we're chasing them on the back end or we're trying to inform them on the front end, I don't know what's more fruitful.
Well, and again, I think that a little bit of analysis to see whether it's worth the extra effort and impact, or it's not. And then secondly, I think to your point, Councilmember Cordova, we could notify the entire community, whether they're property owners or tenants, potentially through an insert in our utility bill or something along those lines that say this is the updated ordinance and these are some of the new impacts and new reporting and et cetera. So I think you're absolutely right. Once we make these changes, that other half is important to have. Okay, so I'm hearing Councilmember Ball.
Just one quick comment. I just wanted to just throw out there, if the point is to try to get this news out to everybody as quickly as possible, all hands on deck. I don't know the number, but we haven't really talked about property management. We all know here in Lompoc, that is a significant part. So just a thought, if we could notify, educate the property management companies that exist here and let them do the due diligence of passing on the news to their tenants, that might be an approach that gets the word out quickly. And if it's coming from the city, it may not be taken as seriously because we have enforcement issues. If it is coming from property management and owners, it may carry a little bit more weight. It's just a thought.
Well, to your point, I think what could happen is in the attorney's analysis, he could provide a list of here are the number of local property managements, and this might be a route to do the education and a special notice be sent to them. But I think before we move on how to notify, we should get an analysis on whether we're taking it to that level.
If I could, one more quick comment.
Absolutely.
I guess the other part of it would be how the citation is written, a part of the analysis, to see if constructive notice to the landlord is even something they would do, because I guess what I was asking is it handwritten at the scene, or is there another citation mailed to that, to the person that were caught? Does the city mail out something? Because then if the city was sending out another right to that property owner or to the tenant that's in control, it'd be real easy to send one out to the property owner at the same time if you were going to send a letter, but without any staff time. Because for the amount of citations that are going to be written, hopefully it's not going to be a lot. So anyway, just a thought for the analysis, okay, of how the citation is written, if it's handwritten at the scene or is it mailed out once it's handwritten at the scene. Thanks.
So on this one, we have clarifying language that I believe we have all agreed to. I don't see any disagreement on the differentiation between property owner and tenant. You're going to do an analysis on whether or not we should also notify the landlords as well as the tenant, and also how best to make sure that's messaged to tenants. And the last part of this says staff recommends adding additional language to make the social host clearer, and so that's just a recommendation that I would wrap into agreeing to all of these things on item 3. Is that clear as mud? Any disagreement? I think we have a majority. Okay. The last item I understand that we need to make a decision on for this item is the third-party administrative citations. The rest were informational as far as I recall. Yes, the rest are informational. So this is the last item. This is one of the items I requested, and as a result of the conversations that I've had with members of my community, I would like to consider implementing it this year and seeing if it helps. And if it doesn't have success, we can pull it back. But I think given the lack of staff in both our public safety departments, given the issue of giving the public a tool and an opportunity to assist with the issue in their neighborhood, we should see if it's something that the community responds to. If they don't, and it doesn't work, we can, as all of our ordinances are live ordinances, and we can adjust things. And if it doesn't help curb and it doesn't provide an additional tool, not just to the public safety department, but to those experiencing this, then we can roll it back. So I would ask that we do a third-party administrative citation process that is, don't reinvent the wheel, utilize the Santa Maria program, and utilize the fact that we have the online and the ability to upload those things, and we have a website. And so I would suggest we at least try it and see if it provides the community an additional tool that they feel they're able to take some action. Councilmember Ball.
I would totally support that. I just want to remind the community that, in the staff report, again, we're trying to update our game here, and we're considering mimicking what Santa Maria has done, but it is listed right here that the third-party citation process resulted in 0 citations. So again, if we are to bring this in, I'm fine with that. It would encourage the community that it will only be as successful as their involvement and participation in this process. So again, just adding this isn't going to fix the problem unless the whole community is involved. So,
Councilmember Cordova.
I would like to know, I don't think I read it on the staff report, this process, who does this go to? So when we have 2 witnesses or 1 witness, who's going to be responsible for handling these, assuming that we have 10, 20, 30 of them start coming in?
Under normal circumstances, it would go to a code enforcement department or a code enforcement officer. Since we do not have a code enforcement officer with the code enforcement officer title, I'd leave it up to the city manager as to what department would handle the responses. It could be the city attorney's office, it could be the police department, it could be the fire department. I think we would discuss that at a staff level.
Well, I would say it's as much as I would like to see it implemented, I think it's an unenforceable element because of the fact that I don't think it's proper to give it to the police department. So they'll take on a bunch of more calls. And then once they are told that they have to sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury, and then once they're told that they have to provide proof, it's just going to become a bunch of calls going into our police department that are going to be really fruitless. Because how many people are really willing to put their neck on the line and point the finger at the neighbor? And unless the city manager has an idea right now for as to who's going to manage this.
No, what you just said, Councilmember Cordova, is true. We do have a paralegal. She's busy as it is. That would be my only other option right now. She handles the different legal aspects that come in prior to going to our city attorney. So that would be the only one I can really think of at this moment in time. If we had the code enforcement, that would be the logical place for it to go.
So, so that's the only thing that I think the council needs to consider is, yeah, we can implement this, but who are these complaints going to go to? Who's going to process them?
I respect the need to identify that, and you're right, without a code enforcement department, it becomes difficult to assign that responsibility. A lot of that workload, the code enforcement workload, has already been distributed across many staff members, so I think until we have the budget discussion and potentially return code enforcement officers, that in the meantime, we could figure that out and have a discussion as part of bringing it back to us. That would be one of the other analyses you could do, that, talk with staff and come up with a plan. Again, this is a tool for enforcement. It's an avenue of enforcement, and that is what our community is asking us for. And they've asked for something that's proactive and not reactive. And this is a tool that I would like to put in place and see if it's utilized. And if it's overwhelming the staff, and if those things occur, I absolutely expect to hear back. But I think it could come back in the second reading and update as to the recommendation after the city manager has a chance to check in with staff, given code enforcement's already distributed across many departments.
Okay, so assuming that we do accept this particular means of enforcement, which I'm not against, I do agree, I think it's another element, I said it at the beginning of the discussion, I still think it does not solve the concerns that the police department has, and I don't think it solves the concerns that the fire department has. And I still think that this item, although we're going to say yes to some of these things and we're going to, vote on it, potentially agree on some of these things, I still think that this is an item that needs to be brought back again, and I think we need some teeth. As Councilmember Ball said, whether it is the putting together of a task force where we are able to identify who can be on that task force, the funding for that, expanding the enforcement period. I know that it's a whole year that there's no actual period, but the reality is that $10,000 only gets our police department so far. So I also want to know what is the expiration date on that agreement with TNT, and what are our chances for being able to get more money out of that. And maybe it needs to be brought back during budget or after budget, but those items, in my opinion, this conversation's not over, even if we kumbaya on these 4 items.
So let's deal with item 4 first, because there were some additional requests you had that focus on non-item 4 issues. So we need to wrap up item 4 and then go back to some of your additional requests to come back. So Councilmember Vega, let's finish the discussion on the third-party administrative citations.
Yep. I actually concur with Councilwoman Cordova. I feel like we're making rules and regulations, and it's a feel-good for people, but we don't have the infrastructure to support it. And I feel that, as Councilmember Ball said, if it's unenforceable, I believe you meant we have some things that are unenforceable, so we have to be honest with the public. That what it's going to do is, my concern is it's going to just double and triple the calls to these public safety people. And they're already, according to the chiefs, they're getting way too many calls already. Okay, a lot of frivolous calls. How are they going to cut that up? And I think that's unfair to them right now with the current staffing that they have and the way they're able to call. So at this time, I just think the timing is not there. The timing is not there. We can make rules, and we have so many ordinances. Councilwoman Cordova has also asked for an ordinance review, that we go in there and we take out the ordinances that are unenforceable. So we're just creating more without the infrastructure to support this ordinance. So even though it's well intended, I just think that the timing is wrong to put that on the public safety people.
So I'm kind of baffled, because the idea that this is going to be a bigger burden without testing it, when honestly, when I look at this is potentially less expensive than a police officer or a team of police officers trying to respond. And so it's one of these scenarios that I would, honestly appreciate an analysis and bring it back of how much time someone might expect to spend on following up on this, versus chasing down a call that you aren't there for and you didn't witness, but that when you get these calls into the dispatch or into the fire department and they say, this is going on, you as staff can turn around and say, here is the best tool in the moment. If you have the ability to document it yourself and submit it, or you have someone else that's witnessed it and is willing to document it, this is a tool that they can take action on, so that you're not sending a response to a call that is now an hour, 2 hours later because of other issues going on and you didn't actually witness it. So I think for me, instead of completely wiping it off the table, it's one of those issues that further analysis of how much more time might it take or less time than what we spend on responding to something that we can't catch in the moment. So to your points, I understand that we don't do unfunded and we don't add more labor to public safety. But again, this is trying to help provide an avenue of enforcement that allows the public to feel like they're more in control of the response than what they currently get when they call, and we don't have enough officers to respond in time or set as an undercover or move forward on something that many in the community are desperate to see results from. So instead of ignoring it completely or putting it off completely, I'd be willing to ask for an evaluation of who would be doing it, how much time would it take to investigate and enforce this versus the time and lack of results that happen from just trying to go out and enforce under a week and 10,000, because this happens year-round now. So I'd be willing to take a step back from it, get a little more information, but I don't want to say that we shouldn't look at doing this at all, given these are ongoing issues and they're not going to go away.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mayor. It's a positive move forward, but I can't support it at this time. We don't even have the legal path for the administrative fines once we even have them. So I just think it's an overburden at this time. I think in a different time set, in a different pandemic, something different, but we're trying to do something without any money, without any funding, without any staffing. It's just to feel good so that people will think we're doing something, but there's nothing that's going to happen. So thank you.
Councilmember Ball.
You know, this is a complicated issue, and I do agree with you, Mayor. I do think it is important to analyze this critically. I do think that measuring against what's been done in other places and what we might attempt here, having the best knowledge to go from is very important here. So, again, I don't know what can be actionable right now, but I would love to continue this conversation and learn more about these details and what options we might take or help the community take.
Councilmember Cordova.
So I just want to be clear, I am not against adopting this. We can adopt this. What my question was, and I'm not questioning because we just got done saying that Santa Maria said they had zilch. So it may not generate any calls. That's not even a concern for me. What my problem is we're adopting something, or we're being asked to adopt something, but we are not being clear as to who is going to handle these complaints. That's us. So I'm not saying, and so to say what I am against is to say that we're just going to dump it on PD. That doesn't tell me that there was a clear, thought-out plan as to where this was going to go. And I'm tired of approving things or being a part of approving or disapproving things that may work for the community, but we have to disapprove them because it's not a well-thought-out plan. So I am 100% for it. What I want to know is who are the complaints going to go to?
We can send them to myself right now, and as they come in, as I think Councilmember Vega said, or maybe it was Councilmember Cordova, there probably won't be that many. I mean, 30 citations, but those were written by the officers up in Santa Maria, and they had 0 up there. So we'll know it's between 0 and probably a smaller number. So if they come to myself, I can then work with other staff members, be it, usually I turn to our city attorney's office, which would be our paralegal at this moment, and work on getting those citations followed up on.
Councilmember Cordova.
And again, for further clarification, what we're adopting right now, or potentially adopting right now, or being asked to adopt, is the method of this 2 witnesses, 1 witness. That's what we're adopting, correct?
That's the proposal.
Yes. So who's going to actually issue the citation is something completely different in my mind. What I want to know is when 2 residents call in and they say, we've got evidence, or we are witnesses, or you have 1 witness that comes up and says, here's my video, here's my images that I'm who does that go to? The citation, now that you brought it up, who issues the citation? Is it then the police department that gets the information, has to review it, such as it says, I think, in this particular scenario, that the Santa Maria Police Department then gets the information and then they gather it? Or does it go to, so do they give the citation? Does the fire department give the citation? Or does the city manager give the citation?
So, and I'll look to the chief, he can correct me, but the police, if someone calls in and says, I've seen this, and we say, do you have a video so you can do a single, or do you have someone else that saw the violation? And if they say yes, then we would say, we'll have the police come out. Whoever answers that phone would be explaining, saying you both would need to have your name and details taken. Are you willing to do that? Because you don't want to send the officer out if they say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Correct.
Explain to them the situation, and if they're willing to give that information, then we would then have the police go out to take that information from them. They would bring that back. We would then in-house, via my office or our city attorney, send out that citation to that particular individual that we, as
Right.
best as we can.
Okay, so yeah, so that's the 3 points of clarification, I guess, that now have come up is in Santa Maria's scenario, the code enforcement receives the call. The police department goes out and makes the citation, or code enforcement makes the citation, but the police department, and then obviously staff or city administration goes after the fine. So in our case, I just want to know who's going to handle all those 3 things. And if we don't have those components, that's okay. We're trying to put something together. But that's what exactly my point is that if we're going to throw something out there, but we haven't thought about who's going to take the call, who's going to go give the citation, and who's going to go after that administrative fine, then it's unenforceable. Here we are again, same scenario.
I would say that you're correct again. Without the code enforcement that sort of zeroes in on everything, we have had to, someone calls in or they go on the website and they put in a concern that they have out there for who knows what it is. There's a drop-down menu, and everything except miscellaneous goes to the police. It goes to planning. It goes to somewhere. There's one that says other. That might, we can add one that says fireworks violations. That would then go to my office, and then if we were to get a code enforcement back, I would change it over to that. But in the meantime, I would have myself, I might have one of the staff, call the person and give them just what we're talking about, the 1-person, 2-person verification. And then when they're done, they can, if they say, yes, I want to do that, then we can then notify the police to go out there and take all the reports so that we can then have the information to send out. That's how we've been doing a lot of the different code violations that come in.
And City Manager Troop, no pun intended by this, and you're being a trooper by offering to take it on in your office. But in reality, it shouldn't be our city manager having to do this. If we had code enforcement and we had a proper functioning infrastructure, we would be able to serve our community.
I do it during my lunch break, so it's,
I did see potentially the city attorney wanting to contribute, or did you change your mind?
I changed my mind, but I'll say it now.
Okay.
A potentially even better idea to more streamline the process is we could have a website where we have the affidavits already up for people to sign, and they put their name and they describe the incident and they upload any photos or videos that they have, and then they sign the affidavit. And if we get 2 of those, then we do a process of reviewing them and mail out a citation if we have someone that has an address, like a property owner or maybe a tenant. If it's someone we don't have an address for, then we have to take the evidence that we have and go try to find that person.
so my only concern, I'll be, as Councilmember Starbuck said, the devil's advocate. We don't know if they put in their real name or not. That's the only, when they filled out. So when we get some of the code complaints, you go, oh, Mickey Mouse again. Okay, you don't know. They can put down Tom Jones, Vicky Jones. So that'd be my only concern is if we get that, we start processing it, and someone gets a citation when really these are 2 false names. So I like that idea, but I need to somehow verify that they're real people to begin with.
Well, that signing under perjury sort of takes care of that.
Right, but if you don't know who it belongs to, you can't track back very easily who sent it in.
But the online affidavit would be the same as the paper affidavit, which would require that to be the truthful information and be submitted with an electronic signature saying the same
But you would
thing.
you'd be able to see the person, talk to the person.
And that would
and-
be a follow-up, but again, that is the aspect that I believe Chief described that Santa Maria has, is it's all online, and you upload it all, and you do the electronic signature stating that you agree to it, and then whatever their process is, whether it's the police department or their code enforcement department that follows up to verify it, that initial document, it says this is an electronic signature, but you're signing this under, and it's that complete document. So that's what I'm understanding by the website being proactive of not having to send an officer out to actually take the initial report unless they don't have access to a computer.
The staff also has the ability to assess the affidavits that come in. So if we see a name we think is fake or it's a made-up person, we don't have to issue a citation on that affidavit. The other thing is that if we issue a citation and the violator appeals, then it goes to an appeal hearing where these persons that sign the affidavit are going to be asked to come and testify. And if they don't show up, the citation is going to be thrown out.
So, I think that we've gotten a few of Councilwoman Cordova's questions answered. There is a tentative structure. I'd be willing to have it come back as a finalized proposal of what it all looks like and what that management of that process is before we adopt it, so that we're not just implementing it tonight, and in the process, identify it as one more reason when we go to budget discussions that we need the code enforcement department to return, so that we're not creating burdens for our additional departments. And by the time we actually get through all the process of implementing a website and the process, we might get through budget discussion and have a potential code enforcement and might solve the problem of who actually does it, given how long it might take to bring these things back. Again, City Clerk, clear as mud.
I just wanted to confirm that this has to come back for another first reading, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Councilmember Ball.
Yeah, we've been going on and on for this. I appreciate everyone's patience on this. We have to try, and I appreciate and applaud the mayor's attempts here to figure out what tools we might use. Again, I just want to say, in the staff report, it says Santa Maria also set up a website where residents could post video of people lighting illegal fireworks, but this effort resulted in 0 postings. So I'm not saying that if we're going to do this, we really got to get it done better than the person or the town that we're trying to mimic. I don't want to have an empty tool that just doesn't work, and we already have an example. So I am open to, I'd love to bring it back, and perhaps we can put our heads together and figure out an even better solution that isn't listed here, because we do have the writing on the wall from a neighbor who's tried and failed.
So my only final question is, do I have at least 2 supporters of bringing back the structure and the implementation, and who's responsible for this when we bring it back for the second reading?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Do I have a third?
Third.
All right.
Again, the first reading again. Not a
Second reading.
Thank you.
Yeah, second reading. Getting a bit tongue-tied. First reading, because this isn't this first reading, this is the direction, and it will come back for a first reading and then go to a second reading after that. Thank you. All right. So there are no additional decisions to be made on this. I believe you've been provided a direction and clarity. Is there any additional? Councilmember Cordova.
Yes, before we go to vote, how do we then discuss the other components that I had brought up? And do I need to do a council request on those to bring those back, or what's going to happen with that?
So I was getting clarity from the city attorney about the issues that were before us on the list, and once he said we had answered all of those, I was going to bring it back to you because you had some additional requests on top of what was staff direction. So just for clarity, we did address all the issues in the staff report that you needed direction or decisions on.
Yes, and we'll bring back the amendments to the ordinance that you asked for, and then also the additional information and analysis that you asked for to another introduction. And I think Councilmember Cordova is going to ask for some additional information.
Exactly. All right, so now that we've addressed the staff report, you have the floor, Councilmember Cordova.
Okay, so I would like to see, if possible, the agreement be brought back to understand and review the expiration date of this agreement. I also would like to see a possibility of increasing the $10,000 funding. If cost of living in California keeps going up and products and services keep going up and hourly wages keep going up, why are we still at $10,000? I think that TNT or this vendor should consider that it costs us more money to run this program, So I think that needs to be looked at. I also think that we need to bring back a concept for a task force that would be built up of potentially 1 or 2 police officers, 1 or 2 fire officers, so that neither one of them are fully just trying to handle the enforcement of this, and consider, obviously, code enforcement at the time, if we have it in place. Consider volunteers from our Public Safety Commission, and then maybe even a volunteer or 2 from our nonprofits that benefit from the sale of these safe and sane fireworks. But I think it needs to be a task force of people that are serious, that are going to be community inclined, because this is not a witch hunt for getting rid of fireworks that are safe and sane. If the ordinance is there, and unless this council votes to eliminate that ordinance, which it can do, but that's not what we're doing tonight, then what I would like to see is a task force for enforcing our code and assisting, and a way for us to not necessarily, if we don't have the full funding, to not necessarily have to incur that full cost. And the last thing would be to expand the enforcement period. Our Lompoc Police Department chief has already said that he can only do so much with that $10,000. So we need to figure out how do we expand that, because we were getting calls and they were getting calls. Both departments were getting calls 3 months prior to July 4th, 2 months prior to July 4th, a whole month prior to July 4th, and even after July 4th. So clearly there needs to be an actual period before and after where this task force is mobilized and can work to mitigate some of these violations. And then lastly, I think would be the administrative fines, making sure that we have a clear path to actually going after these fines.
I think and agree and support negotiating the contract, examining the contract, how, is it ongoing, what expiration? I completely agree, we need to better understand that. Renegotiating the deposit or the contribution to oversight. I think instead of looking at expanding the enforcement period, because we've experienced it as year-round, and it's ongoing, and with the current year, it might prove to again be ongoing. Rather than saying we're going to expand it, our ordinance already says that we can enforce it any time, but the concept of having a task force that allows for community education and proactivity that, you're right, isn't a witch hunt, but says, did you know this is what our ordinance is? Did you realize you were in violation? Let's help you file the paperwork for a block party. Let's help you, learn how you're impacting the community by doing this, would be beneficial and would be the appropriate use of a combination of volunteers. And instead of saying it's only done for 3 months, that it be something that, works year-round, because we have fireworks at New Year's. We have fireworks on other holidays too, and as a result of COVID, we've had fireworks practically year-round. So I think instead of just expanding enforcement, actually do the year-round enforcement that our code already allows us to do, but do it with sort of a community education task force that looks to prevent issuing fines and really bring the community education piece to it that's missing, and volunteers are good for that.
I agree with the education, but I also think that the task force needs to tackle being able to identify when these fireworks are going off. And that's the problem that our PD, it seems to me, and our fire department are saying is that they're not there, they're not able to comb the streets, they don't have the manpower to do it, and especially during the peak months when it's really happening. So I think I'm not gonna try to put it together or try to define it tonight, but I think it has to be educational as well as enforcement, being able to enforce the ordinance.
So to your point, then it probably needs an analysis based on, does either of the public safety department feel they, when they're fully staffed, have the ability and the kind of volunteers they can train to help with enforcement, and getting that feedback to us as part of your request would help us make a better decision, because I want to make sure that if we're putting volunteer support to public safety on this matter, that they're able to utilize it, and it can create a gray area for them. And I want to make sure we don't do that where we're asking volunteers to be involved in something that shouldn't be done at a volunteer level. So I can support that, and getting an analysis back from the public safety department about what capacity those volunteers can work in, and where the gray area, and where, you know, they might not be able to utilize them.
Absolutely, because I think, like I said, I'm not going to write it. I think chief and chief are going to be best suited to figure out, how would this work? How can it work? I just would like to see something come back so that they're able to do that. And again, at the end of the day, it's going to require funding from us.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Vega.
I could support this as long as it's going to come back as an analysis, okay, without actually approving something, because there are a lot of building blocks that need to be there. We're only listening to part of the story, but we're not listening to the background that they're having to deal with. They said maybe the paralegal can deal with it. She is a contractor. Maybe they need another contractor that can help deal with this, instead of having it go to the city manager if there are citations that come here, depending on if there's any funding at all. Plus, the other part of it is, he said there's going to be some legal challenges to someone getting cited like that. And if there's an appeal, yes, there's attorney fees that can be incurred, but if the person that's cited prevails, there's no fees going to come in. So there is going to be a loss if they prevail. So we need to look at everything. We look at everything as a cost, and we look at everything as we're going to make money, but how about when it costs us money? We need to have that part of the analysis, okay? And again, we need to also make sure that TNT is not the bad guy here. We need to find out if those costs are normal and customary, and make sure that they work for everyone, because they service a lot of other areas. I'd like to know. I don't know what the normal payout for law enforcement is. Plus, there was a caller there that said there's sales tax and there's other things involved. And is that coming back to fire, or is that going to the general fund? Because I'm sure they go to a lot of different places and they don't come back to the actual enforcement level that could help fund some of this. So probably we need to come back with the financials that say, hey, we have sales tax, what else are we making out of it? There are other revenues, it sounds like, that are involved, not just the $10,000 that the city's making. So is that enough, and where is that going, and is that boxed in toward law enforcement, code enforcement, and a new ordinance that is basically unenforceable at this time? So I wanted to make that clear. If they can come back with that as an analysis, I can support that, because I do want to know and I want to learn to move forward. But if it's going to be as a reading and it's going to come back and get passed, then that would be a different story.
It wouldn't be as a reading. This is a new additional requests being made by Councilmember Cordova to do additional analysis on these holes that she's identified in our ordinance, in our contract, and in potential solutions. So her request, again, is to evaluate the contract for expiration, potential renegotiation of the $10,000, to evaluate a potential task force to assist with educating and enforcement, and to vet the admin fine recovery and make sure that we have a path that if fines are issued, we aggressively recover those and recover the costs associated with those. So
there was also analysis of using volunteers for assisting with enforcement. Is that correct?
As part of the task force. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, good catch. Anything I'm missing, Councilmember Cordova?
No, and thank you, because that's exactly, I never intended for this to be adopted right now. I clearly stated at the beginning to be brought back.
Yeah. So is that a third?
Yeah, that was a clarification. Is it being adopted? You said it was the first reading. What is that?
The first half is neither that. We haven't even got to first reading. The city clerk was kind enough to correct me on even what we've already decided is not going to come back until a first reading. So all we've done is give direction to staff on the staff report tonight, and then additional request for additional information and clarity on some holes that Councilmember Cordova identified in the whole process that she'd like more information on.
Has any of the things that I mentioned, do I have to do a council request to actually
No, all
bring
you
that
have to
back?
do is agree with Councilmember Cordova's
Oh, wow.
suggestions.
Okay, thank you.
Make it easy on you.
God, you guys are trying to get me here. Okay, thanks.
All right, so I'll take that as a third. Councilmember Starbuck.
Well, just a quick question. We've left out the verbiage that we were discussing on property owner, tenant, et cetera, in this also.
No, we got that as part of the one.
That's
two,
all
three.
going to be part of this. I mean, we've been herding cats for a couple hours here. I just kind of got
Absolutely.
lost in the back of the pack here, I think.
But that was part of the clarity on items 1 through 4 that we gave council direction on, and the city attorney did have clarification on that one, so that wasn't dropped.
So in the end scheme of things, all we're voting on is bringing back a new staff report.
This is an additional
That's
set of
right.
questions for a staff report that Councilmember Cordova
So what are we going to vote on?
We've already gone through items 1 through 4 that needed agreement for voting on, and we got the agreement. I asked city attorney before we moved to Councilmember Cordova's requests if there was anything additional to the staff report. There wasn't. We pivoted to Councilmember Cordova's requests. We just had that discussion, and we just.
Yeah, I know,
provided
but geez, we
three.
had 45 minutes of lobbying on third-party administration here, so I want to make sure that I'm really clear on this.
So we're going to bring back the new language for a first reading when we bring back the staff report for all of the additional information that was requested. So nothing is being introduced or adopted tonight.
And we provided all the council direction to staff that we possibly could, and then some.
And we have direction, Mayor. So.
Okay. All right. So, given that, and given that, yes, it's taken us a while to get through a very difficult topic, how about we take a 5-minute recess and come back to item 4 at 9:05. Technically, you got for unfinished business, item number 4, discussion of the riverbed cleanup suggestions, and we have our city manager, Mr. Troop, to do the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you just said, this was a council request to bring back a discussion about the riverbed and its cleanup. So I'm going to just do a little bit of history here first. So the planning for the cleanup that was started, and this was for the original time we did it, started in the spring of 2018, just prior to my arrival at the city, and we completed the cleanup in the fall of 2018. Move that down. Staff have been meeting and discussing how other cities had completed cleanups in riverbeds, river trails, or other sites that were in a hazardous state due to individuals living in areas not compatible or approved for such events. After the course of several months, a plan was created that not only followed the legal requirements at the time and met them, but we went above and beyond by creating a system that would help those individuals who are currently living in the riverbed with opportunities to seek assistance from multiple county health agencies. The city created what was called a triage center, and other cities had not done this yet, so we were, if not the first, we were one of the first. And the center was open for those individuals who had been documented as living in the riverbed, and this was done just so we could focus solely on those individuals, because as that triage center, which was open for 30 days, got more notoriety, it was attracting other individuals, but we had to focus solely on the riverbed individuals. The center also allowed the county staffing to concentrate on those individuals because we held it in our city's river park. It was in a particular area, so every day the county offices would come in with a different mental health, behavioral health, and whatnot, and they could essentially set up shop and take care of the individuals right there. The individuals at the center, they did receive counseling, temporary shelter assistance, permanent shelter assistance, reunification with families, and many other services that the county public health provided. We also had many, and we'll get to that slide in a minute, many different nonprofit agencies helping throughout the whole time, brought food and supplies, some aid, just someone to come and listen to them as they were talking. So it was very good. We had a lot of community buy-in. But backing up just a little bit, the plan to clean up the riverbed consisted of the following steps. First, we had to do legal notification. By then, it was done by the city's homeless liaison, a sworn police officer, to the individuals living in the riverbed. The initial notification told the individuals that they would have 30 days to vacate the property. So you can sort of see, actually, this is a better one. Get the big one out. So that's what we were doing here. So Officer Mowry was the one who was our homeless liaison officer. He was down there for a while, almost every day, getting to know all the individuals down there. They knew him by name. He knew most of them by name. This was towards the cleanup period of time when they were talking to the different individuals and saying, here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to move out. We'll get into it in a minute. They actually had to sign some documentation. A real quick follow-up, we had time at that point, plus we had some additional officers back then, where we are down lower than that right now. 60 to 70 encampments, 60 to 80 individuals that we were able to document. We gave them 30-day notices to vacate, allowed for a 30-day triage center. And if everyone remembers, we pulled out, it was just shy of 1 million pounds of debris, which included the sharps, human waste, and other types of trash and debris down there. So as I was saying, we notified them of 30 days to vacate the property. This was followed up by multiple notifications at intervals such as 21 days, 14 days, 7 days, and finally 72 hours. This was much more than legally required, but again, the city was attempting to also reach out to the individuals to remind them of the coming of the change and do what we could to help them move out of the riverbed. The individuals were informed to remove all of their belongings and sign a document that stated once they had vacated the site, anything left behind would be allowed to be removed by the city's contractor for cleaning up. So what he has here, you can barely see it, is Officer Maui has one of the documents in there to say vacate. Once they vacated, there was another one that we actually had them sign that said, yes, I've taken everything I need. Once that was signed, we actually put up a notice here so the vendor, the contractor, could see eviction complete. So that meant everything the homeless person or the individual had, anything left, they didn't want anymore. So we were able to go in and start cleaning it up. Once the site was vacated, it was, as I said, it was posted and the cleanup began. And I think, is that the next? There we go. So this is just a quick slide. This is what the riverbed looked like in 2018. It was bad. You know, 1 million pounds of trash, you can definitely see what happens. Just a week and a half ago, this was 2021, this was up by the H Street Bridge. So it's not saying the whole riverbed is looking like this, but it's starting to also collect what it was back in 2018. But again, this notification process, as I said, went far beyond anything legal required. But again, city staff, city council wanted to work with these individuals and attempt to find them help with any and all issues they may have been dealing with. In the notice of eviction, it was stated that the individuals could relocate to the city's River Park Triage Center for up to 30 days, where they could seek the on-site assistance from the county public health officials. That was sort of phase one. The physical cleanup then began in the riverbed, and that's where you can see on that first slide up at the top, the machines that we brought in. They had to be rubber tired and a lot of different restrictions on how to get the materials collected and then in and out of the riverbed. So it wasn't just a quick, easy run in, run out and get it. Like I said, the first step was cleaning up what was all known as the sharps, which are typically needles and other dangerous drug paraphernalia. Many sites had human waste. This included, at the end of the day, hundreds of pounds of both sharps and waste. Second step was to remove the thousands of pounds of trash and debris that had been collected by the individuals over the number of years. And again, it was up to 1 million pounds. Go forward. Again, 2018, 2021. Besides the removal, and this one I don't have a slide of it, besides the removal, the city hired a biologist and a contractor to remove much of the under and overgrowth of the non-protected plants in the riverbed. This was needed as the riverbed had become very overgrown over the years, and police could not easily see into the riverbed, even if you were just standing right next to a person. I personally had gone on a number of trips at that point into the riverbed with the police, and I kid you not, as soon as they might have gotten 10 or 15 feet away, you couldn't see the person. They were just gone. They were in the bush somewhere. So it was needed to remove all of the brush that was there. The city did follow all the proper Fish and Wildlife and other protective agencies' requirements. We spent many days removing coyote brush and more to, quote, open up the river again. Once the process was completed, the riverbed was returned to a point where residents or visitors to the city could once again enjoy the riverbed for their recreational purposes. However, the cost to do this cleanup was substantial. It was approximately $528,000 that the city had to pay. We did not receive, and the questions come up before, any kind of reimbursement of any sort from the county. We had tried on different times to get that, but that didn't come to fruition. So the option of continuing with the maintenance and patrolling of the riverbed was included in the version of the proposed 1920 and the 2021 budget, which would have absorbed the costs by the water fund, but we did have it finally removed in the final draft. It didn't make it through to the final budget. In my view, there is a nexus or a relationship, you can say, between the water fund and maintaining a clean riverbed, as the riverbed does sit directly atop our one and only water source in the city. It's where we get all our water. All the wells are pulling from that. Unfortunately, given the current reduction in our police force due to retirements or resignations, not the budget, we've been talking about that before, where there is budget for the police. We just have a very hard time bringing them in. We don't have an active count of people in the riverbed as we did in 2018. At that time, with Officer Maui, Captain Martin and others, they went down in the little 4x4 and they made a concerted effort trying to do it, but we did have extra people at that time who were doing that. So we don't know how many are down there right now. From a standing at the top looking down, the police and fire departments have been in there, and that's what I'll get to in a second. There are a considerable amount of people in there. There's a number of them up by the H Street Bridge right now. That's where the trash on that one slide was being shown. So this is something I have two. I asked the police and the fire. So police calls between January and August of 2020. The police responded to 96 calls to the riverbed. And you can see the listing on the side: domestic violence, fires, medical assistance, missing people, smoke reported, suspicious person, all kinds of different issues why they were there. But that was 96 calls that pulled at least one patrol off, if not two, into those different areas. And that was the riverbed, Robinson Bridge area, Riverbend Park, River Park. Fire wasn't far behind. They also, for the river, ended up with 44 calls, 20 fires, service calls including smoke 20, emergency medical services 2, and hazardous conditions were 2. So it definitely keeps those two departments busy. Should the council decide to move forward with a second cleanup and also request that this new but unfortunate cost of business be part of the upcoming budget discussions, I recommend that the county be the responsible party should another triage center be required. The triage center alone costs the city $70,000 to operate. So it was we had the 30-day period, the time period that we ran it, and the cost there. We also listed here all of the different entities that helped us out. And a lot of different nonprofits came out to help. They brought like in food, blankets, tents, sleeping bags, and then all of the different county departments came out. However, the county, not the city, is the entity that's designated and funded to handle the triage center. The staff of the public health would be best suited to work with any of the homeless living in the riverbed. Should the council decide to move forward with the cleanup, city staff would then reach out to the county public health to inform them and request their assistance in helping with these individuals, rather than the city trying to do it like we did before. We're not in that business of that. You know, we call the county health, they bring out all of their experts, and we let them handle that part. Moving on, the estimated cost for the second round of a cleanup is more difficult to determine than the first, because we didn't have the ability to really get in there, bring a contractor down and look at it. But we did give a quick estimate, and looking at what's trash is there right now. Again, it's not all the way up and down like it was in 10 years worth of just accumulation. Our best guess at the moment, without a contractor going down, is about $80,000 for someone to come in and do the cleanup. And again, some of that brush removal where we had the guy with the masticator came in and he would chew up the coyote brush and whatnot to clean it up. The bigger piece is actually the ongoing enforcement. This would be the team that would go down into the riverbed, you know, either on a daily basis, every other day, or whatever it might be. But we're looking at talking with the police chief, 2 full-time officers, and that's including all their salaries and benefits, some possible overtime they might have, vehicle maintenance and repairs when they take the 4x4 down there, any safety equipment. So you're looking at about $301,000 per year for an ongoing cost. So what this crew could also do is, as they're down there, they're going to be talking to everyone saying you're not allowed to be here. We don't have to go through a full enforcement and notification process, because we would have done any of the eviction notices as we did the first time. They would just not allow them to begin their camping out in there again. Once that's done every day, every other day, they could also then be up on the top, not in the riverbed, but up on top, and going around the streets, becoming, just like we did with Officer Maui, becoming a liaison where you're not just running after someone, they're reaching out to them, trying to figure out what they might need, trying to get them in touch with the county health departments. But letting them know at the same time, you can't make a tent on someone's private property, or that where they're currently sleeping isn't appropriate. So they would do more than just going down into the riverbed. So again, it's $301,000 was our cost for that. A best estimate of $80,000 at the moment to do another initial round of cleanups of the trash. I'm open here for you to have a discussion on where to proceed. I am here, both police chief, fire chief, and Christy Alarcon, our community development director, who was sort of the lead person on the first round, is also here.
Thank you for the presentation, and I think it's really important as we engage in this discussion that this is not Addressing the homeless issue. Again, as we said last time, the homeless encampments have created the issue, but this is not about solving a homeless issue. It's about dealing with the quality of water and the water impact and the responsibility we have as a community to maintain that water resource. And the potential fallout from not doing that is quite detrimental on our community. It does impact those that are residing in the riverbed, and it is really important that we work with the county partnerships and the nonprofits that do receive the funds and are targeted with the responsibility of addressing these issues and assist everyone who's impacted by this, as we did last time. And that last part is then the ongoing maintenance. I think our failure as a council to approve those maintenance dollars has led us again to now expending, at the moment, an estimate, but probably, unfortunately, more than we'd like. And if we don't stay on top of this and we don't maintain this, then we'll be in this cycle once again. And at some point, our partners at the county, our partners in nonprofits, will stop coming and helping those that need the help just because of frustration with us. So as we enter this conversation, I want to be really clear with the community that this is an impact on all of you, not just the homeless issue, but on our quality of our water and our ability to preserve that and deliver those services. Councilmember Starbuck.
I've got a lot to say. I'm going to ask a couple of questions real quick. All that money, and when we started this, county was going to help, state was going to help, Department of Fish and Wildlife. There were so many people, and not a single nickel came back to us on any of this money. So we ate every bit of it. Hey, it's our aquifer, but county health, we don't have a health department here. County health, they don't see a problem. It's fine. It's their property. Must be okay to let all of that come into our aquifer and wash around in the river down there. It upsets me that kids and people can't go down there. You can't ride a motorcycle, you can't take your little off-road buggy, you're afraid to exercise, but you can live there. It's a double standard, and the only ones being held to it are the citizens in the city, and that is another upsetting. It's funny, they really care, the biologist. You said it just now, Jim. You have to be down there with rubber tires. You have to be down there with a biologist. You have to have all these requirements, but they can live there. We have to go out of our way to meet these requirements, but nobody enforces it on them, just us, like we're the only ones with the money or something here. I don't see an end to this. I hate to put the commitment of a $300,000 police team in the riverbed. There's people we could use, process servers, private people to serve, to do evictions, to keep putting police officers down there, because once you evict them, you know where we're going to need the police officers? In the streets where they are going to come. It's an evil cycle that happens there. It's raining now, so maybe the base and the biologist out on base might have something to say when all of this washes down to the lagoon down there. The one question I still have, I'm curious about, how many homicides were in the river? That's one statistic that I don't see in here unless it was domestic violence / other. I know of 3. Was that included in the River Park for 5?
Let's see. I had to combine different ways because there was.
Yeah, but homicide isn't listed here. This is something that it appears that we don't want to discuss this one.
We've had 3.
There was 3, yes. One of them was a friend of mine from high school. Right. You know, we're looking at not the whole picture here with this. We as a city are being played. You know, if county health goes down there and says, oh yeah, this is fine. It's good, it's on your aquifer, but it's fine. Then why do we take action with it? It's their property. If they go down there and they say, oh, this is horrendous, okay, then what are we gonna do? I get upset with this, and I'll have more later.
before I yield the floor to Councilmember Ball, for clarity, this is our property. Between the two bridges, it's city property, but it's in the county because we haven't annexed that
Correct,
portion.
that is correct. City-owned
So
property in the county.
it's city-owned
It's
property
bank to
in the
bank, it's
county.
on open space. I know exactly what's going on with it down there. It's a navigable waterway too, if you ask the Army Corps of Engineers. It's not our maintenance issue here.
So as a result of discussions with county public health and with city attorney, it isn't people can live down there. No one is supposed to be living there, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's county public health. It is a hazard. There are issues across county public health, whether it's hazardous waste and human waste, or it's public health issues.
Are you speaking for them though? Or are we speaking here? This is the issue.
I'd like to finish my statement, and then I can pose the question I was going to. So ultimately, you've made the recommendation based on our lessons learned the last time that you're right, we aren't county public health. It isn't legal to live in the riverbed, according to several entities, state and federal and county. And before moving on this, we need to make a decision on it, and then we absolutely need to bring the county and other entities to the table and get that MOU or get the plan and the agreement on who's covering what costs, because we carried the brunt of it, including the public health and the mental health issue, and did not receive reimbursement. So you're right, we've got lessons learned that we need to move forward on, but I think it's really important that we keep from saying it's their property. Yes, it's a area that has lots of different owners and who sees oversight of what and what they're doing, but ultimately it's our responsibility, and we can't continue to ignore it and expect somebody else to solve the problem, especially if it impacts our water. So I just wanted the city manager to clarify that portion of it. Councilmember Ball.
So as most of you are well aware, I'm the new guy here, so I'm going to ask for a little history lesson. There's no one in our, before I ask the question, there's no one in our community that wants to go through deja vu, spend $500,000 on this issue, and come right back here and say, well, we have to do it again because we couldn't follow through. So you're telling me, and correct me if I'm wrong, there was a 5-0 vote in a prior council, is that correct, to clean up the riverbed?
I can't remember.
Does anyone remember? If not, I'll have to look
it was
up.
a 5-0 support to clean up the
There's a
riverbed.
5-0 vote to support the cleanup in the riverbed the first time. That means there was consensus up here. Somehow between that vote and when the budget came up next, there was not follow-through by this council to make sure that we sustained effort to avoid being right back here like we are now. So how do we avoid that? That's the first question. I don't want to move on anything with this issue unless we figure that out. To the point of engaging the county and our regional leaders, absolutely, we don't have a choice. We have to be as nice as we can. We have to engage them. And if they can't move on some things, we have to use the media. We have to show up and we have to say this is an issue that we cannot handle by ourselves. And we have to put pressure on in that way. I don't want us to spend money on something just to come back and say we failed. Our community deserves better. To that point, we've got people in the community that are concerned that once we clean out the riverbed, we don't have a plan to take care of when they all move into town. Some people are concerned because they'll move in next door to an empty house that's never been rented. They'll take the fence down and put the fence in the fireplace so they can stay warm. These are real issues and real questions. If we don't have a sustainable plan, I'm not on board with any of it. So I hope that we have a serious discussion about follow-through and that the community can support us as we make really, really difficult decisions to invest in our future. And part of that is creating a budget where we can take care of this problem in a sustainable way. And I hope the council can come to a 5-0 on that.
Councilmember Cordova.
I wasn't part of the council when the council voted to clean up the riverbed, but had I been part of the council, I would have been a yes vote. I probably would have also said, hey, what's the future gonna look like? How do we keep this up? Because for me to invest $500,000 into something and not maintain it is a waste. When I came into this seat, we were going into budget season, and at that time, I implored the council, the majority at that time, to consider adding a budget line item to maintain the riverbed. It was not heard by that majority of council at that time. At our last discussion, I have my notes, and I've studied also all the information from our meeting on February 18th of last year when we discussed this same item. Same issue, we need to figure out a way to fix this. There's a lot of factors that go into this, aside from your typical, people that are in the riverbed, and I completely agree that it's not a homeless issue. The primary issue are other things, but it is somewhat of an issue when it comes to who's living down there, and then as Councilmember Ball said, when they come out to the streets. But aside from it being an alcohol, drug addiction, mental illness, et cetera, those issues, we also have to consider that as a state, as a region, as a state, as probably a nation, we are facing housing issues. So it's just layered issues in this particular item that affect what's going on down there. There's the cost of living, there's regulatory environment of today and what it takes for people to even get approved for a home loan or housing, whatever the case is. And then, of course, there's the cost to run programs and the lack of funding from our government, our local county, to help us deal with these issues. All of those have to be considered. But what I don't want to do is just open the mic and say, we got to fix this, we got to fix this. No, what I want is I actually want action steps. At the last meeting, I went back and looked at my notes, and I quoted Chief Mariani as saying, we need a plan. We need an actual plan to tackle these issues. So whether we develop, maybe we need to take this down and create chewable, bite-sized portions of it, but we need to consider, obviously, the cleanup cost, and maybe that does need to come from the Water and Enterprise Fund. I know that some people are saying, well, that's not right. Whatever the issue is, I think, as Mayor Osborne said, it does affect our water quality, and it does affect what's going on down there. So I think that maybe that needs to be really looked at and continued. I think the reinforcement or the continued cleanup of that is going to be far more important as we move into the future. But I think that our budget needs to have an allocation for policing and patrolling that has to come from the actions that are going to be taken on the riverbed, so that not just during the cleanup time, but after, once they hit the streets, as it is, even with what's going on at the riverbed, there are so many business owners, there are so many residents that are suffering from the harassment of these certain individuals that are coming out, and they know they're not going to get arrested. They know that nothing's going to happen to them, and they will tell you that in your face, and they will go onto your property, and they will cuss you out, and they will threaten your life. And I think that that is not fair to our residents. So we need to implement a budgetary line item that maintains proper funding for policing and patrolling these areas within the riverbed, as well as once we bring them out of the riverbed. I think we need to consider, and this is something that stuck with me when I spoke to Officer Chip Arias about a year or so ago, and he said to me, Gilda, wouldn't it be beautiful to have a mental health clinician on staff in the PD? If county can't help us, which they should, I'm not saying take the responsibility off of them, but we've gotten to the point where this is an issue in our community that is threatening the lives of our residents, not just our residents out on the surface, but their own lives. We just talked about 3 homicides. We just talked about 96 calls about fire, about, whatever. And then, of course, the triage center to be able to maintain, and as well as a plan to be able to maintain social services to these people after the fact, that has to come from the county. So instead of sending them a bill after the fact, we need to engage them. And maybe our city attorney needs to tell us, what legal resource do we have as a city to say enough is enough? We need your help.
I don't think we have any legal recourse to force another agency to help us pay for this. I think that it's a matter of having the political ability to ask them and have them help us. At the end of the day, it is our property that we are responsible for.
The additional concern is, with us actually discussing this, acknowledging the issues that exist down there, we are potentially opening ourselves up to fines from EPA or Fish and Wildlife and impacting the cost even more if they decide to be proactive on something, especially with us potentially discussing this and then not doing anything about it, that, correct me if I'm wrong, may or may not be able to cover those fines out of water, but potentially hits our general fund, which is, again, money that is being taken away from our citizens to pay for fines that we could potentially avoid if we utilize the funds to implement a program for cleanup and then, maintaining that and sort of developing a team that works with the county to deliver all of those services. Am I correct that those fines that might come from EPA or Fish and Wildlife or any other agency that has oversight of what happens in the riverbed could choose to
They could, and it would be a general fund requirement.
Okay. And we've seen that run anywhere from predictions of $10,000 a day with EPA to...
We did ask, just anecdotally, when Councilman Starbuck said it about the Fish and Wildlife, they said when we called up for assistance, this was when Pat Walsh was still here, the fire chief, or police chief, they said, you don't want us down here because we'll probably charge you about a $50,000 fine if we know what's going on. And we said, okay, then don't come down.
Right,
Just
and that's
stay
money
there.
not put towards
Yeah.
maintenance or...
We thought they would be assisting us, but it turned out it was going to be a penalty visit, so.
And then to the concern that Councilmember Cordova and many of us have here about cleaning up the riverbed, the eviction process, and these individuals coming into our community, that's part of that proactivity, right? Is like, as you said, the officers would be assigned as homeless liaisons. It's not just maintaining the eviction in the riverbed, but building those ongoing relationships like we were beginning to do with Officer Maui, where we stayed connected with those individuals, because those of us that have had experience interacting with service providers and some of the homeless population know that it's often building those relationships and that trust that pivots those individuals towards potentially taking support and services eventually, and that's ongoing. And so it really is identifying and putting a program together that says, we are responsible in our community, you're a member of our community, we want you to get the help you need. At the same time, we need to reduce your impact on the businesses, on the residents, and those that are feeling unsafe, whether you're in the riverbed or you're in our streets. And even with them currently residing in the riverbed, many of the days, in some nights, they come out of the riverbed. So they're not in the riverbed 100% now. They do come out into the community, and for those that are looking for help and assistance, they find it, and the community supports them. There's lots of individuals in the community working really hard for those that want the assistance. But for those that are targeting their peers in the riverbed, that are creating these crimes against their own, that are creating crimes against the neighborhood, that have drug and mental health issues and need assistance, we need to be able to put a plan together that says we're proactively monitoring the situation and providing the tools and connecting everyone and connecting the dots, because the county's failing to do that for us. The second part I'm hearing, especially from Councilmember Ball, who's absolutely right, is we have to bring the Board of Supervisors to the table now, because they ultimately make the decision, because they're the ones that the state and the federal government give public health, mental health, housing, and homeless funds too. They have an entire room key program going on right now. They haven't implemented it here. They might be able to use that as part of a triage. They have property in the unincorporated area. We might not have to utilize our park if they utilize our park, we should get reimbursement for it. Because again, we're putting in the work to make sure the riverbed is maintained, cleaned, and safe for everyone's consumption of that water, and comfort walking the river walk, comfort in knowing that the house that you have that butts up against it isn't going to have one more thing stolen from it, isn't a business that is tired of being a pathway back into and trash accumulating and people feeling unsafe. And for those in the riverbed that really do need help, you're not hidden. If you're up in our community and we know who you are, it's easier to help you. If you're hiding in the riverbed, it's really hard for us to help you. And that's what we as a council are charged with, is to protect our community, and that includes those in our community that can't help themselves. That is number one priority. So I, along with Councilmember Cordova and Councilmember Ball, say we absolutely need to do this, and we have to start out with at least a majority, but I would love to see a 5-0 agreement first on what is the ongoing maintenance and what is that plan. And are we willing to commit to that? Because I'm with Councilmember Ball, because I advocated for the cleanup, I advocated for the maintenance, and got one of two, and here we are again, and I'm with him. I won't advocate for a cleanup if I can't maintain and honor all of these issues that we're being asked to address. And I can't spend that money, and I can't see that being a failure to our businesses, to our residents, and to those living in the riverbed. So I'm sure we have more questions, and we're talking really passionate about our concerns, and we need to go to public comment, but Councilmember Vega.
Our waterways are important, but emotion is not going to fix this problem with a plan. We've all been here. One of the reasons we're in this situation is because we spent a lot of money that we were told we were going to get reimbursed for. Mr. Troop, you remember in the beginning, I think you were first here, you weren't here very long, you had to deal with this big problem. This whole time, as we know, you can blame the council or you can point fingers, but everyone knows that this money was used from the water fund because there was no other money to be used, just like now. So it's a budgetary issue. There's not money there, extra money to be spending. But the results, what were the results? They helped a few people. A lot of people that were living by the riverbed were claiming that they couldn't leave their garage doors open. Leave them alone. Leave them there. They're going to steal. Everyone knows when you went down there, all those pictures before in the beginning, a lot of theft going on down there. That's all they're getting, all that stuff. You probably took the tour before.
Oh, yeah.
I went down there with the chief. There was brand new planks and wood and a whole structure down there, and it was stolen. You know, I'm sure they went to Home Depot and they went everywhere. So they're not buying it. So the end result is we have to have strength and enforcement for our waterways, but we don't have strength and enforcement or a plan for our city and for our local businesses and for the people that are impacted safety-wise. So we go and we emotionally get everybody stirred up so that we can spend money, but we don't have a plan to help all those people. We all know that there was a faction of that population down there that did not want help. And as we know, the triage center was full of people doing drugs because you couldn't stop them. And, you know, they were shooting up heroin, they were doing whatever. That's the reality of everything. The people that were there know it wasn't just a safe place for us to camp out and have a roof over their head. These people have some serious problems, and they actually told you where to go stick it. They weren't there looking for a compassionate hand. Some of them were, but not all of them. What the biggest mistake that was here is that we believed the county was a partner in this. Otherwise, why would you spend $500,000, Councilman Ball, like you said? That's a lot of money. You know, to not get any kind of reimbursement. What they did is they got all the nonprofits that they fund, and they got them in to help, but they didn't give us a dollar. It's not fair because we were misled unless we were given the wrong information, Jim. I'm not sure how that happened, but we were misled to say the county was our partner. And I remember some of the statements were over and over again. They haven't responded, we're not getting any money. So what do you do when you call yourself a partner, okay? Lead dog, as soon as we vote in some money here tonight, they're not going to be a partner, they're not going to give it any money. So I kind of agree with you. I agree with you that says, hey, we should put a plan in place first before we vote in money, because we're going to be in the same situation before. We need to know with the water fund with clarity what that money is usually utilized for and where is that redirected. That's not just extra money to be used when we want to have a cleanup. This whole entire time, it's all budget. Yes, we'd like to increase our budget. What are you going to do with it now? There's no money. There's no money right now. You have to go and rob Peter to pay Paul and hope that this comes out into something positive that's going to help our community, but the end result is you would like to have a bigger budget so we can maintain services and law enforcement down at the riverbed. It's not going to happen right now. You guys can spend all the money you want and think you're doing something, but without a good plan, without an end result, and without good partners and a plan put in place before you vote in the money, you're going to have the same results. So I'm not an advocate of spending money. I do remember, Mr. Bull, and you made a comment about bringing the media services in and calling the county in to, we all want this done in a proper manner. I think they need to be called on the carpet. Instead of using emotion to say, hey, we're going to help you, we're going to do this, we're going to talk to you, we're going to send you here and send you there. It's not the police's job to do the mental health aspect of it. They're being shortchanged there. To say we're going to go down there and you're going to handle all the people that don't want help, and you have to kick them out and say they're mentally ill, you see them roaming the streets, what are we going to do with those? That's the plan I want to see. What are we going to do with those as the people that are going to come out of this pandemic and want their businesses to thrive? I can tell you, anybody that stands in front of these businesses that are there, it's a deterrent to me to go into their business, to see these people hanging out in front. And these mom and pops, they can't tolerate it. They can't even funding-wise. Yes, the McDonald's of the world and all these big franchises, they can tolerate it. But I'm sure if you had a restaurant, you wouldn't want them hanging out in front. And what we're going to do is displace them, put them in the city, and the police do not have the facilities or the law and the legal aspects of it to deal with it, because they have rights. We can't even clear our own bus stops up. We have to pull them out because the laws don't support us. So I just don't think that we should advocate or vote in for any kind of funding until we have a plan in place with all the partners in place and have them signed up.
Councilmember Cordova.
Yes, the reason why we can't even clear up our bus stops is because we don't have code enforcement, because the majority of that council decided to eliminate that too. And we're going to sit here and we're going to cry about all the reasons why we don't have the means and all the, where are we going to get the money from? But I'm sorry, I thought we were here to develop a plan. I would like to start developing a plan tonight. It is not enough to just cry about it anymore. That's exactly what I said when I first turned on my mic the first time, is that I've heard the discussion. I'm here to make some kind of resolution to start moving forward. If that means funding our police department specifically for this line item, it is not enough to just say that our police department is fully staffed because they have 47 positions or whatever. No, it's allocating and saying this money or these positions are going to go specifically for that. That's what I want to hear, because what I'm not hearing is an actual solution. All I'm hearing is all the negatives and all the whining and all the crying as to why we can't and how we don't have money. I want to hear a council that actually starts bringing ideas. Furthermore, I want to see a staff that starts bringing ideas, because to put recommendation on a staff report that says staff recommends the city council review, discuss, provide direction, it's not enough. We have to come together. And you guys did a phenomenal job. Staff did a phenomenal job of partnering with all the agencies, all the nonprofits, all the things. But at the end of the day, it's not our fault that we got stiffed by the county. I still think that we need to go back to the table and we need to go and have these discussions, as Councilmember Ball is saying, as Mayor Osborne is saying, we need to have these discussions. I don't want to cry about all the reasons why we were, wronged in the past. I want to go back to the table. And not the mat, the table. Because for us to say that we're going to take them back to the mat, we're not going to fight about it. We're going to diplomatically talk about it and get somewhere and represent Lompoc and the community, and this community in a respectful manner. And hopefully we can get somewhere.
So I will give the floor to Councilmember Ball, and then we will open the floor to public comment.
Several things. I'll try to make it quick. Look, county deserves a little bit of blame For sure. Could we have better relationships and engage in a different, more thoughtful manner from the beginning? Absolutely. But let's be very, very clear. The county has no control over the 5 people up here making a budget. The county did nothing to suggest that we eliminate code enforcement, drug enforcement, gang task force, homeless liaison, traffic enforcement. County had nothing to do with that. That was a council decision. So we have to find the will and the way as leaders to step up and say, here's what we can do. We have to define that. And when it comes to the county, we have to play nice at first, and I'll tell you how we get them to be partners. I've already talked to a couple of them, 3 of them already. They didn't commit to anything, but they want to have a conversation about homelessness. So we invite them to the table sooner. Absolutely. I think that's important to get some of those details worked out. If we find out that they're not really going to be the partner we expected, then I'll invite the media to join me in the riverbed and we'll have a press conference. And we'll talk about the issue and the seriousness and the impacts that are happening within the riverbed and throughout our community. We won't have time to whine then. We'll just talk about the truth. I'm willing to do that as my part to contribute to this. But we can't just throw it that the homeless are mean and it's all their fault. This is a vulnerable population that is sometimes at the end of their rope. Sure, some decide to be there endlessly, but there's a lot of people that did receive help and direction. And I want to remind you something that I learned from a nonprofit person that helps here is that about roughly, from his estimation, about 80% of the people that were taken out of the riverbed were connected to Lompoc. These are kids and families and parents that are dealing with some things. So this isn't just a separate issue. We have to find a way and the will to make this happen. Now, I don't mean to go too long on this, but I think it's really important, Mayor, if you allow, to talk about a couple of the impacts in terms of public safety. And here's what I mean by that. If our chiefs might be willing to elaborate, we have to start thinking about worst-case scenarios. I have senior parents. In a worst-case scenario, if my dad has heart problems, and he's already had a heart attack in the past, if we've got 2 calls in 2 different corners of our town going on, and there's a fire in the riverbed, and there's a homicide at the other end of town in the riverbed, is there a chance that the timing changes in terms of responding to those who need it most? And I think that the people that can speak to that are the chiefs, who have to be our first responders when these issues pop up. And my goal here is to help communicate with the community that we have to find the will to invest in something if we're going to maintain a quality of life and our safety. If either of you are open to elaborating on this, I would be so grateful.
I'll certainly do my best. In general, the impacts, and just from seeing the data, they have significantly trended upwards to our commitment in and adjacent to the riverbed with calls. Those vary from a multitude of different types of calls, from just smoke checks to medical emergencies, some of the more violent issues to the fires. They all require significant resource deployment and also a time commitment into the riverbed. We do have 4-wheel capable vehicles that can get us down there, but that requires a crew change out because that's not usually our primary response. And these fires now have turned into Class A type fires, so they're no longer vegetation fires where we're in lighter gear. We're having to treat them like a structure fire. Due to the carcinogens that are being put off, and I know I've talked a lot about that. So the crews have to go in now in full turnouts in SCBA, and so the decon that has to take place after that, much like we would with any structure fire, impacts the unit utilization availability of that crew. So there is a big impact. We do get help from the county fire response through our mutual and auto aid agreements, but it takes a significant amount of resources when it comes to the fires to get down in there and shuttle the water and deploy the lines. And in some instances, we've set some backfires to burn out a larger area. We've had to use Public Works to bring in backhoes to dig out into the side of the hill just to get into the fire area. So I hope that addresses your question, but yeah, there's a significant time commitment, and to get the vehicles then out of the riverbed and back up onto the streets and the crews prepared to go to the next call, there is a delay.
Chief Mariani, it wasn't that long ago that we had Officer Maui on a regular basis connecting with the riverbed. And obviously at this time, we do not have that resource available to us. How has that endangered our community, not knowing what's there, what's happening, or how to deal with it in real time?
Well, we were able to monitor, and as the mayor pointed out, we were able to engage with the homeless community and have contacts with them. And you know, last 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, when we had that horrific day, you know, I had left one scene, and no sooner I left that one, I responded to the scene of the homicide in the riverbed. And the amount of resources that we deployed there, we had to use everybody that was on duty, and it occurred during daytime, so I had detective personnel. We had to call people from home who were on a day off just to manage those crime scenes, and specifically that one in the river. And then we had to wait to go through the lengthy process of obtaining a Mincy warrant. And if you're not familiar with that, here we were in private property or public land, and we had a crime scene, yet we couldn't go into that tent and address what we do as part of the investigation until we had that warrant. It was quite labor intensive for us. And to the point that we had the sheriffs come in throughout the day. And they handled our calls for service because everybody available that I had was dealing with these crime scenes. That's just one incident. It is a huge problem. We're not alone in this. You know, my son shared with me an article a couple of years ago from a homeless man in Hollywood. And his response was to the reporter, "We're like a broken car. You can tow us, but until you lift that hood and see what's happening, nothing's going to change." And what I'm getting at is that this requires a huge commitment from not just us. We really have to have a really comprehensive plan to address this. Because all we're doing is moving the problem. So we move them out, and then the complaints come up because they surface up on the street. And there's many restrictions right now that keep us from taking enforcement action. But we really need to have a comprehensive plan that involves us, nonprofits, mental health, and it has to be a commitment from everyone. You know, about a year ago, I was part of a work group with other chiefs in the tri-counties. We were meeting with some state officials. And one of the points I made was that in dealing with the homeless situation and the multitude of mental health issues that we're facing, we really need to revamp our system. And we can't have mental health just committed to 9 to 5. Because at 2 a.m., when my young 22-year-old officer goes out there to handle a complex situation, we need somebody to respond and assist us. And so, you know, there's a whole lot to this. But you know what, we can do an operation, we can clean it up, but it'll be short-lived unless there's a vision, there's a plan, and really a commitment to sustain it. So that's where we're at. I pontificated on this, but it's probably one of our greatest failures, I think, in the modern era on how we deal with this. And not everyone in that population, you know, they're a subset of our population as a whole, is a criminal. But there's a diversity and a variety of issues that we must address. And we can't do it by ourselves. I mean, it really takes a huge commitment from a multitude of entities if we're going to make a change. And not only here in Lompoc, but throughout the rest of the country.
Thank you for that, Chief. You're absolutely right. We're not the only ones that are dealing with the situation. And there are success stories out there, not in solving homelessness, but in addressing it and doing it in a respectful and supportive environment while also protecting the community that it's affecting. And I think that we as a council want to do that, so I appreciate your insight. I'm going to open the floor for public comment on this issue. The number to call is 805-875-8201. Remember to mute your PC, TV, or radio to avoid the feedback that comes through. 805-875-8201 for comment on item number 4, and you will have 3 minutes. City Clerk, did we receive any written communications on this item?
We did receive one email letter from Ron Fink. It was distributed to council and staff and provided on the city's website.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Again, the number to call is 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio. It creates feedback on the delay that causes us to hear it and makes it difficult to hear you. The number to call is 805-875-8201. In honoring the delays and the wait times, I'll repeat the number again, 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. Seeing no one call, we'll close oral communications. Oh, we'll leave it open. The phone started ringing.
Good evening, you're live in the council chamber. Are you ready to make your public comment?
Okay, this is Bob Holloway. I'm chairman of the Utility Commission, and last time you took $550,000 out of the water department, and you got to remember that that money has to be spent for rehabilitation of our infrastructure and everything. And I was promised when I talked to the city council, they asked me if it was okay if we borrowed the money from them, that we'd get it back. And I said, yeah, as long as you pay it back. But we've never got it back, and I don't know how they got around not paying us back. But to try to get people to pay, heal the oceans, that stuff's going in the ocean. You should be contacting them. They help out down Santa Barbara a lot, and you can get them to fork out a little bit of money. And, it's just that we need to fix some infrastructure in Lompoc, and if we keep taking the money out of the water department, well, we're not going to be able to fix it. Then we're going to have a hell of a problem. And where's the money coming from but out of the general fund? So just think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, the number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your TV, radio, or PC. So now seeing no calls, we will close public comment on this item and bring it back to council. So in continuing to be an advocate for both making sure we aren't contaminating our groundwater resource and that we aren't opening the door to potential fines from the EPA or Fish and Wildlife or any other entity, and working to do the humane and right thing and reduce the effect that the homeless that are choosing a lifestyle, not those in need, but the ones that have chosen this lifestyle and are creating a criminal aspect and impact on our community need to be dealt with, we absolutely need to budget this. Not just the cleanup, but we need to budget for ongoing maintenance. It is a modern cost that we just have to accept, and we have to accept that and plan for it. To the point of having a solid plan, but also making sure we've gotten the kind of agreements and the support we need from the agencies that have the money and are designated to deal with some of these issues, I'd like to propose two parts. First, to Councilmember Ball's point, we need to engage in a thoughtful conversation with the Board of Supervisors. So I'd like to suggest that he, as a member of our Home for Good panel and our designator as council right now to deal with homeless issues, join me as mayor and ad hoc to approach the Board of Supervisors and engage with their chair and another delegate from the Board of Supervisors to begin that important discussion of these are the areas that are your responsibility and your budget, and these are the things we need, and what are you willing to budget for and direct the agencies underneath your responsibilities to support us in doing this, and do our best to have that forthright, honest, transparent discussion that needs to happen from both entities to gain agreement before we move forward on anything. The second half of my recommendation is that staff continue to move forward on a solidified plan and exact, as close as possible, costs for doing the cleanup and the maintenance and what that structure would look like so it can be a part of our budget discussion as we move forward, because we're going to have to deal with this. And trying to point fingers and say who's responsible for it, who needs to reimburse us, we're not going to see that. But what we can do is take those lessons learned and move forward. So my recommendation and request is an ad hoc of council to work with Board of Supervisors to have the discussion and get the kind of agreement as policy and budget bodies to begin that conversation so that we can come back and show that those agreements exist. And our staff continue to fine tune, get additional numbers, work on a solid plan of cleanup and ongoing maintenance and put it in our proposed budget so we can move forward and support that. Councilmember Cordova.
I have a question for the city attorney. The money that was used last time, the $500,000 that was used last time, was that money taken from the Water Enterprise Fund, and was it meant to be paid back?
I believe it was taken from the Water Enterprise Fund, but the city manager can confirm that and also answer the second question.
Correct. No, it was to be used, but there was no repayment. It wasn't a loan of any kind.
Okay.
That goes back to the nexus where that 1 million pounds of trash, debris, waste was sitting over the aquifer. So we're using it to clean that up.
Okay. And is the money that is in the Water Enterprise Fund permissible to be used? I know that some people have a major concern, and I have it too. I share their concern that it needs to be, that it's gathered for the purpose of infrastructure, replacement of infrastructure within that division or that department or that, equipment. So is it permissible for us to be using this money for the purpose of maintaining the aquifer and what is there?
Based upon everything that I know, I see that there is a nexus between the water fund and the cleanup of the riverbed because it is protecting the quality of the city's drinking water, which is the aquifer underneath the riverbed.
Thank you. And it's important for me to make these clarifications because, again, I think we're at the point where we want solutions and we want to move forward with actions. And so my concern is that we keep coming across these obstacles of why we shouldn't be using this and we shouldn't be doing that and we shouldn't. And so again, we're never really going to identify. So thank you for clarifying that. I think that, as Chief said, a restructuring of the operations is definitely needed in order for us to move forward. So I would be in favor of starting with the discussion with the supervisor, but with the county supervisor's office. But I also think that we need to really look at, and again, this would be something that would need to come back, but we really need to look at the full elements of what the plan would look like. Because when I looked at this staff report and I looked at the last staff report, they're pretty much the same. It's all the cost of what it costs us to clean up the riverbed, but there really isn't a solution. There wasn't a, in the notes that I had from last time, the chief talked about, like I said, about a sustainable plan was actually the quote that I wrote down. And then Mayor Osborne talked about her motion was to have ideas come back with recommendations. But again, what I'm seeing is a reiteration of last staff report, which talks about all the money that we spent. And so I wasn't really, when I got this staff report, I didn't really see the ideas come through. And I realized that it's a funding issue. But I think until we get those ideas on paper and we identify the financial need for it, we're going into this budget season. We should have had that here so that we could say we need to make financial decisions on this. And again, we can talk about, as one of the callers said, we can talk about all the million ways that we can put together a plan and say that we're going to allocate money. But if there's no money, zero, there's nothing to give. So we can have a big plan, but if there's no money coming in, so we're going to need to identify that too at some point in time. I would love to say that an action item for today would also engage in our police officers being able to actually book these people, even if it means we're booking them every day and twice on Sunday. The issues that we're having in this community from this fallout or from this, it is astonishing. But I hate to even put that on our police department, knowing fully well that we have staffing issues, that we have space restrictions in our jail because we could book these people, but if county's not going to come get them because they have a million excuses as to why COVID, they don't want to hold them. But here's the thing is the people that are causing issues within our community, not all of them, the people that are causing issues within our community are just being let go. And so they know that they're not going to get booked. They know. And so by them not getting booked, it means that as many times as they go out there and they offend and they harass and they threaten the life of somebody on our city streets or in our businesses or people that are sitting in their own home in their driveway, nothing is happening to them because there's no record that they did that because nobody's booking them. So is there a way, and I know that it would be a big task to even say that, but if we're not booking these people, even if it's citing them, booking them, and letting them go, but book them. Sorry, Chief. I know that that's a challenge. But anyway, I'm just throwing that out there. Or maybe developing some kind of I know that there's positions that haven't been filled in our police department. Well, they don't get to keep that money. So that money goes back where? Into the general fund. Well, how about instead of having it fall back into the general fund, we actually allocate a program or allocate something with those? I don't know. I'm just thinking outside the box here so we can start getting some level of action going on.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I hear budget, 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 and, take it out of the water fund and we have to do something, but wait till a pipe breaks downtown like happened a while back and all of a sudden you're borrowing from other funds. But that's something different. Cost of service and cost of infrastructure obviously isn't entering this conversation. I will throw something out. River Park, if you look at the page 4 of 7 here, where we've had 34 calls of service, some of them very serious and all that, River Park was an enterprise fund. Well, pull out your cash balances and look. What did we have here in River Park? I may be wrong, but if you go to Fund 766, River Park Campground Operating Cash, there's roughly $337,000 there. This was October 31st, 2019. I know it's old, but it's the only one I could find.
And you're correct. There was a number of funds that used to be considered enterprise, and they really didn't meet the definition. The rec fund, Dewey Center, the campground, and the aquatic center. And they all are now general fund, just like we incorporated the library. So when you look at that number, it's really just offsetting the liability that's in there. It can be moved to the general fund.
So it's fake money.
Yeah, when it all comes and you get my CAFR, my report, those funds, there's about 15 funds that all roll up and they're the general fund. And that's where we're at, our deficit of $200,000 as of June 30.
So we don't have any kind of balance for River Park Campground, anything. It just goes straight into the general fund.
It's just one of the many funds that roll up and become the general fund.
Well, I thought it was a good idea.
You tried, and that's important. Councilmember Rega.
I have a question for Dean. Dean, can you tell us what's in the water fund right now approximately, and the intent of that fund for infrastructure so that we know what it was intended for?
Well, my guesstimation without the books in front of me, they're approximately $10 million in cash balance. And it's to run the water fund. I mean, that's just water fund money, like Mr. Holloway said, to provide it. But I agree with the attorney that there is a nexus there to, even when it's the stormwater, it's garbage in the stormwater. The legislation said that, that can be part of our water fund, and it's legitimate costs that we need to maintain our aquifer. So.
But it is mainly intended for infrastructure, correct?
Well, the ratepayers pay to be provided water, so anything that's part of that to provide them water is part of the rate.
Yeah, so as far as the fund, how much is normally accumulated, and where is there a line drawn in the sand of how much you can use out of it before it affects ratepayers, as you said?
Well, when you actually start showing a negative net position, last year we had a positive net position. I can't remember, I'm drawing a blank on how much it was. Usually I know.
I got you. Sorry for just springing that on you.
No,
in general, yeah.
I think it was roughly $1 million, but don't quote me on that. But so we're seeing a positive net position in the water fund. I know that they need to do capital improvements. They were falling behind on that, and they did really good last year of doing those capital improvements and staying on course.
So it's part of our capital improvement plan, the water fund. Is that correct?
Anytime that we set up a budget, we always break it out into our operational budget and then our capital improvements. When you do the operational, it's usually your revenues over expenditures, and if you have some left over, you try and make sure you maintain your infrastructure with the remaining balance.
Well, just for clarity, some of the water funds and the enterprise funds, they were set up so that you could start replacing drains and pipes and things, okay? And one of the things that didn't happen years back was there wasn't enough that were replaced in a timely manner or something. I think if you'll refresh my memory, you remember there was kind of where there was supposed to be a set plan.
Yeah, you can see it when you get a fund balance, it starts accumulating, and you're not seeing capital
There are no
improvements.
expenditures
You're not
there,
seeing
yeah.
capital improvements, then something's wrong.
Right.
And that's one of the things that our new utility director, we had a good discussion about conducting a study and actually looking at our capital improvement needs and do an assessment so we can incorporate that into the next budget cycle and future budget cycles, so we make sure we are maintaining our infrastructure correctly.
Yeah. Because our infrastructure, just for an example, Councilman Starbuck put up an emergency. Okay, there was an emergency once upon a time in the alley behind Paulins. and it was a water main or something over there, and it busted, and it cost them in excess, if I remember right, $500,000 as an emergency, or was that, what was it, more? It was higher? Because in an emergency, it costs more money because you got to call in different people. So I guess the reason the balance is that high because the infrastructure hasn't been being replaced, okay? So just for clarity.
Yeah, that, like I said, that's something that we want to bring forth to you guys with a study to actually.
Yeah, a lot of pipes
assess,
are
do
old and
professional
rotten here,
assessment.
so.
And
I
yeah,
got
we
you.
did end up buying a new building for somebody.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Second part of my question would be for the Chief Mariani, if I could. Maybe you could probably just briefly, Chief, tell us what you're up against. You know, I mentioned something about bus stops and something in town. Maybe you could just briefly tell us what you're up against with the population that's out there roaming the streets, because I remember before you said there were laws protecting them. There was a lot of things. It's not just a code enforcement issue. It's a, maybe you can clarify.
So, you know, there's recent case law, there's Ninth District Circuit Court decisions as well that really minimize the amount of enforcement action we can take with people on public streets. So in some instances on private property, we get trespassing authorizations, which then enables us to make arrests. You know, one of the things that we're facing is also, because of the pandemic, the bail schedule has been revised by the State Judicial Council. And what that means is many offenses that were bookable offenses are now cite and release. So I just was sending a text to someone because they were asking the very same question. Night before last, we arrested an individual with 2 felony warrants. And he was cite and released. So that's a big challenge for us right now too as well. So in order for us to book someone, we have to make an appeal to the on-call judge to see if they will institute or implement a bail for that individual or give us the authority to book them in many cases. Certain offenses, yeah, we can book, but a vast majority of things that we used to book, no longer. I recently did for a grant that we were applying for, I compiled some stats. And last year, when I did this, I believe is in end of November, early December, at that point, we had booked 1,439 people for the year. When I looked at our numbers for currently, it was under 800. Significant decrease. And that's because we can't hold people.
And Chief, cite and release, can you just, for the audience, what that, if an officer comes up to somebody, what does that mean?
So they get cited for the offense, and then they get a court date to go and appear for those charges. Whereas before, they would be incarcerated.
Taken into the jail.
Right.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, Chief, I want to clarify this because I don't want it to be where we're here to inform each other and not to point fingers.
Sure.
You're right, okay? But just for information, okay? You guys are the experts. If you run into someone that's sleeping in a bus stop, you guys, your hands are tied pretty much, correct? Is what I'm hearing, because this is what I heard before, but I want to clarify because we're trying to educate ourselves so we can make sure we make better decisions, okay? So is that a true statement?
Sure.
That your hands are tied. These guys are sleeping there with their carts. I've seen people pull up and the officers talk to them, and I don't know what they're doing, but maybe trying to find out what's up because no one's going to get on the bus there, you know?
Right.
And that's where I have an issue with, you know, revenue generation here in the city, and people need to get from A to B, but these guys are in the bus stop and you can't move them. So where's the line drawn in the sand, you know, when people that really are counting on that bus? It's tough, huh, right?
It's very tough. We had an individual about a year ago who had camped out in front of Palmerville gas station. And we tried for numerous days to address the problem. And finally we got someone from mental health, and they were refusing, she was refusing assistance there too. And so we were left with that. And this person had taken over that bus bench for some time. We had numerous complaints. And ultimately, someone was able to get to her and convince her to seek some assistance. So that helped.
I got you.
But,
And
but
I
it
really,
took almost 2 weeks.
yeah. I heard there was an incident where someone got dropped off in a wheelchair out there or something. Is that the same incident or is that a different one probably?
No, that's a different one.
Okay, but there was another one where I heard that, but, so I've been keeping an eye on it, but thank you so much, okay?
And we respond to all of these calls, and we try to, influence people and convince them to either move, but it's really a challenge.
So when they do this riverbed cleanup year, I see what your plan is because they're going to be displacing the city as before. You guys are going to have more on your hands. That's why without a game plan, I go back to this is an epidemic everywhere. It's not really a problem we're going to really solve 100% because if you go back and you go to LA, as you lived in LA, Skid Row. I did a lot of research on that place, as long as for the history of it and everything, how that was created and and I'm sure there are a lot of places like that, other places, Joe, right? I mean, it's amazing at how long it's been there.
Yeah.
And
And it's gotten progressively worse.
yeah.
And it's to the point where, people are all over the streets, in front of businesses, disrupting business.
Right.
And it's a huge, huge problem.
Yeah, and that's why I'm an advocate of moving forward with a plan before you allocate the money, because it's a budgetary issue, but without a plan, we're just throwing money at everything. And, I look at it from a community standpoint, investing in our community to make it move forward, but just throwing money doesn't make sense to me without a game plan. As Councilwoman Cordova mentioned, and all the rest of you, I think we're on the same page. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Cordova.
Dean, just for clarification, because now I need the clarification. The money that we're talking about that is in the enterprise fund, the water fund, that money is for operation and for capital improvement of the plant, or is that $10 million that you're talking about, is that just allocated for reserve?
I actually looked it up. It was 12 million because it bugged me. I didn't know it off the top of my head. 12 million, yes. Yeah, it's for anything, for operations. We just usually break it apart when we put the budget together. We look at our revenues, we look at our operational expenses, and we'll almost always have a surplus. We're always going to keep working on our infrastructure. How much we can invest is depending upon, the difference there. So, yeah, it's both.
So there is no separation from an operation fund and a capital reserve fund for replacement or maintenance of that water plant?
No, but I think there should be. That would be something that I would ideally like to move towards, yes.
Yes, thank you, because I think that's important to really putting Council Member Starbuck's mind at ease as to, we're using this money, we're saying it's for this one thing, but now we're saying, well, we're going to use it for this, which I agree with Mayor Osborne as well, that it should be used to maintain the aquifer. But I think that if we allocated, I'm a advocate for making proper allocations into a budget that say, this is the money that we have for the replacement of the infrastructure. This is the money, even if it's, like I said, the $250,000 a year, whatever we identify as the need for maintaining the cleanliness of that aquifer and everything, which would cover that riverbed area. Again, it doesn't cover everything, but I'm just saying it covers what we're looking to do. I think that's important. So when we talk about moving forward right now, I'm curious if there's a motion on the floor that I know we're going to go and talk to the Board of Supervisors, but if we're going to activate a subcommittee from this council to do so, I think that subcommittee also probably needs to come back with some information as to some of the other components that we need to be able to move forward and maybe the plan, or at least some components, some plan as to how we can start to move forward on some of these items and be able to, hopefully start working towards it. We're not going to solve it overnight. It's not going to happen. There's so many needs. And we know, like I said at the beginning too, it's a bigger issue than just Lompoc. What Mayor Osborne was saying in the beginning is we need to clean up the area that surrounds our aquifer. That is the discussion. but because of everything else that's there, we need to address those other areas too, because otherwise then we're creating a situation where those elements are coming up to our streets, they're surfacing, and we just talked about all that for the last, I don't know how long, so.
And if you know me a little bit, I was the one that kind of pushed up the capital improvement as part of the budget book, and to me, that's the foundation to figure out what we need for reserves. 12 million may sound like a lot, but if we were to break a tank or a pump area, a well, we could burn through that really quickly. So yeah, to do the groundwork, make a plan, it's a long journey, but we're moving in the right direction.
Let me accept Councilmember Cordova's suggestion. I didn't want to assume that responsibility, but if you would like for the ad hoc to not only work with the Board of Supervisors, but work with staff to fine-tune a plan that comes back so that it keeps moving forward and we help identify additional resources, additional partners, and identify who on staff or Councilmember Ball or myself make those outreaches, I'm happy to add that to it. And the reason I'm willing to do this is, and Chief Mariani knows about this, when we started the plan last time for the riverbed, there was a county mental health, faith-based organization, every nonprofit that wanted to address it. It was an ongoing meeting that occurred. And it was individuals who really were going to be on the ground doing the work. The problem is the decision makers weren't in on that discussion, and when it went back up the chain, it became difficult for them to get buy-in. And what I'm trying to do is take that lesson learned and start with the top, saying we fully support this and this is what we're looking from. What are you able to commit to? What are you willing to go back to your organization and designate and direct your staff to do, and what nonprofits are willing to come to the table? And I'm happy to do that. If you would like the ad hoc to work with our staff to do that, I'm willing to do it, because you're right, it takes that kind of plan. But last time it was bottom up, and I think that's part of why we failed to get the buy-in we were promised, is we didn't start with the decision makers like ourselves.
I got you.
So I will accept your recommendation to adjust my motion for that. Councilmember Vega.
One point here, that was great the way you laid that out. I really like the suggestion you made about using the media also, because we can use it as a positive also, okay? Maybe the county, they want some positive, something up on the TV or in the media, maybe promise, hey, jointly we're going to go over there and put it out there that we're for Santa Barbara County, but so I appreciate that comment, okay, about using the media and being willing to go in the riverbed, and maybe you can take Janelle with you and get on
Janelle's
TV.
been down a few times. It's Janelle taking Jeremy with her into the riverbed. I've had that tour multiple times. To the city manager, I wanted to complete the loop on Councilmember Cordova's comment.
It's minor, just what Councilmember Cordova was bringing up and Dean talked about. As we do the different rate studies, it's something that Dean and I have talked about, and when Brad was in the utility director position, just like when you say general fund, the general fund is big. It's got all kinds of stuff shoved into it. When you talk about reserves, every single utility should have, when we do each rate study, should have a reserve, and that reserve is then broken down into multiple pots: capital equipment, rate stabilization, outgoing equipment, there's usually 5 to 6 different pots of money, because then it all rolls up. And so it takes a little bit of time to educate people, because they might see in the electric fund go, oh my God, they got $20 million. Well, 12 of it has to sit in this reserve fund that we can't touch. So a very well-run city with well-run utilities will have multiple pots of reserve just for what you were saying. So we've been working towards that, but they're usually done during the rate study, because that's when they get all of the capital improvements that are needed. What's the operational cost for the next 10 years? And then you back into what do you need in each of those. So it is coming with each of the different rate studies.
Councilmember Cordova?
And I'm all for the rate studies, like that has to happen. I get that. But I will 100% say that I am against increasing rates for our residents under the belief that it's going towards something and then it's not because our budget doesn't even have the proper allocations for what it should have. So if we're going to do that, let's do it responsibly, because just to pin it on the back of our residents is not enough for me. Yes, I do agree, and I 100% support that there needs to be a rate study. I just think that the residents of Lompoc want to see a clear picture, and we need accountability, and I think that everybody here is accountable. I think that we're all making ourselves accountable. Having this conversation, the articulation by our mayor, and being able to get somewhere and hopefully be able to put everyone's concerns at ease, wow, that's a great improvement in itself today.
So there's a motion on the floor for Councilmember Ball and myself to work with city staff and outreach to the Board of Supervisors to ask them to provide ad hoc to discuss with us and start examining who to bring to the table and begin this discussion. And the second half of it is to, as Councilmember Cordova asked, the ad hoc to work with city staff to begin looking at and identifying a more structured plan to come back for the council as a whole to review and understand the budget and be able to put it in the budget, because our goal is to absolutely clean up the riverbed and protect our aquifer and do everything we can to reduce the impact that it has on that homeless population and the results of it coming into our community and being pushed out of the riverbed. Is that good? So is that my second?
Second.
All right. Any other questions or concerns? Councilmember Ball?
Real quick, I'll throw out two quick thoughts. This is pie in the sky, but just instead of us immediately think about rate increases, which I know eventually we're going to have some really harsh discussions, let's think big picture. When we do find the willpower to clean up this issue and to deal with it head on and to sustain it, we convince the community that we're invested in long term. Who else do we convince? We convince outside investors, business people that are looking to expand or go to a place and open up shop. They're not going to do that. No one's coming here to invest. No one's going to increase our revenue if we don't deal with some of these issues that cause us to not be attractive. So again, if we want to increase our revenue, we have to think big. We have to think about getting people to come here and want to come here. So let's just keep that in mind. I think that's it.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, and comments have been made. Any questions, concerns before we take a vote? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Any written communications?
Nothing more than you've already received.
Thank you so very much. Item 2 was pulled. Let me go back and read that item. Revisions to the handbook for commissions, committees, and board members relating to the appointment of commissioners and AB 992 social media use, adoption of resolution number 638121. And that is our city clerk if we have any questions. So I will hand the floor to, as much as she would love to do it, I'm sure she's going to look at the city attorney and say,
I have comment. That's the only reason I pulled it.
okay.
I wanted to make comment here. I've read through this, and it's almost as though we're forming a strong mayor. When you look at the different things, the wording in here, we've already stripped the ability for me to fill my commissions with people that I wanted on commissions. So I'm having a time trying to find people. Well, I'm reading just everywhere through here. I go to public safety. If I do not appoint somebody, my guy's been removed. Mr. Luna loved that job, but Oscar Luna is no longer going to be on the Public Safety Commission. I'm going to have a hard time if I can't fill this in 6 consecutive regular or adjourned council meetings, as it states. Well, guess you guys get to do it for me. Thanks. That really makes me happy. And I go through this, and it's just numerous spots in here where all of a sudden the mayor can appoint, and the mayor will do this, the council majority of 3 can do this. this isn't how I really wanted this to come out, and I'm going to vote against some of the new verbiage. Thank you.
If I
Mr.
could just-
Malave, can you provide any clarity for
Yes,
concerns?
I want to assure the council that if we were making changes like that, that said, if there's 6 consecutive council meetings and a member is not appointed to a commission, then the mayor gets to make that decision and appoint the person. I would have put that in a staff report. Absolutely. We're not going to sneak language like that into.
But understand, Jeff, there's others in here where if you miss 3 consecutive and we do this, some of these have been in here for a long time.
Right, and that's the point I was making, is that those things have always been the rule.
Right, but you know, with the shakeup here, we're the only people that are appointing committees and commissions by district. I know that District 2 is very challenged. Currently, I'm having a challenge in my district. You know, I had good people, but for some reason, the council has elected not to retain these good people and put it into a district. I just don't agree with what's happening now, and that's why I'll vote no on item 2.
Understood. And I just wanted, you're free to disagree, and that's fine. I just wanted to make the point that we're not sneaking any language in here. And if it's something that changed, that would have been described in the staff report.
Councilmember Cordova.
City Attorney, so just for clarification for me too, I had a question on this. Because I studied the current commission's handbook, and so where it talked about memberships, meetings, and time involved, memberships, meetings, and such, one of the additions is removal of members. So it says any member of the Human Services Commission may be removed I'm just putting the Human Services Commission as an example, may be removed from office by a majority vote of the full city council. But it doesn't give clarity as to why. What are the reasons why somebody can be removed? Or shouldn't we be listing at least, if I'm a commissioner in that commission and it just takes 3 votes, but they don't have to say why they're removing me?
The way the rules are right now, there does not need to be a reason. 3 members of the council can vote to remove anyone from a commission at any time. If you want to have some factors or criteria for removal, then we could put those in.
Okay, and I guess that's what my question is when you say that that's the way it is right now, but I didn't see it listed like that. So where is that listed? Because if it wasn't listed like that on the one that I'm looking at, where is that listed?
Can you tell me what page you're on in the?
Yeah, I'm looking at the City of Lompoc Handbook for Commissions, Committees, Board Members, updated September of 2020. So if I'm looking at again, let's look at the Human Services Commission. Yeah, that's the one that because although it's in there multiple times, it's really being repeated because of the number of commissions. It's not because it's all over the place. It's just.
Right.
So.
Oh, so the top of page 20, any member of the Human Services Commission may be removed from office by a majority vote of the full city council.
Page 20. Well, at page 20 on mine is Parks and Recreation Commission, but.
Oh. Then on yours, it would be.
Public Safety, Utilities.
The top of. Still page 20.
Membership.
In both documents attached to the staff report, it's the top of page 20 for the Human Services Commission. It says any member of the commission may be removed from office by a majority vote of the full city council. And that is new language for the Human Services Commission that's being added in, but that is just to make it consistent with previous resolutions that the council has adopted about the Human Services Commission. So in the resolution establishing that commission, or perhaps in an ordinance, there was a rule that said any member can be removed by 3 votes of the city council. So we're just putting that in the commission handbook to make it consistent with the resolution that established the Human Services Commission or our ordinance.
Okay, so you're saying that at some point in time somewhere it was identified what defects or flaws or missteps a commissioner can make to be removed, or is it just under the sole discretion of that majority of council?
No criteria has ever been identified. It's always just been under the sole discretion of 3 members of the council.
Excuse me, it's on the previous handbook, page 26.
It lists why you can be removed?
No, it just says removal of.
I know. What I'm addressing is, and I appreciate that, what I'm addressing is, I guess, it just, if they don't like the color of my skin, or they don't like the fact that I'm curled my hair today, they could remove me.
They wouldn't state it, but it has been done. We have had several instances where a council member has decided to make a recommendation, and 3 have voted to do so. So given you and I are an ad hoc evaluating the committees and commissions, if you would like for us to consider what criteria might qualify as consideration of removal and bring it back to council, we could add that to our review as a way to address it.
I think that would be fair.
Okay. Is the rest of council okay with us adding a review of that to the ad hoc on the commission handbook update and council, bringing back the recommendations for, I saw a thumbs up from Jeremy, so that gives us a 3. Back to the discussion of pulled item 2. I think, any other questions on this issue? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. We didn't have a motion? Oh, look at that. I will move that we accept item 2 from consent calendar. I need a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. It has been motioned and seconded. Are there any questions? Seeing none, let's vote. And that passes 3-2. We are at 10:45. We have oral comments and council commitments and meeting reports left. I'd like to ask for a 15-minute extension just to make it through all that and not have to stop. I don't think we'll need it, but I'd like to have it. Can I get a motion to support a 15-minute extension?
Done.
Thank you. So we will go to 11:15. Otherwise, hopefully not needing it. Let's vote. And we are extended to 11:15. We will open the floor for oral communications. It's the last oral communications of the evening on city matters. You have 2 minutes to speak on an item of city concern that we might be able to address. The number to call is 805-875-8201. 805-875-8201. Please remember to mute your PC, radio, or television when your call is put through so that we don't hear the feedback and can clearly understand you. The number to call is 805-875-8201.
Good evening, you're live in the Lompoc City Council meeting. Are you ready to give public comment?
Yes, I am.
Please go ahead, you have 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Sorry.
Hello. Recently, the California State Auditor published a report on physical health of cities. As a resident of Lompoc, I was hoping that in a future council meeting, you can review that report. And the reason that I think it is important is Lompoc has gone from previous reports of 450 plus cities to most recently, it is now in 19th position. That's on a ranking system by the California Auditor. That means it's only 18 positions from being in the worst financial ranking in the city. So I think with budget coming up, I think prior to budget that you have a prudent discussion on what is impacting that rating and what could be done to improve it. There's a lot of discussion about finding the money, but one would have to imagine that there is going to be some significant limitations if your ranking is that low. And so it would probably be prudent to jumpstart and analyze that prior to budgetary talks so that you could address any potential constraints. So I would encourage each one of the council members and the city finance director to look at that and bring that back to the residents and give an explanation of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. The number to call is 805-875-8201, 805-875-8201. And remember to mute your TV, PC, or radio. This is the final oral communications for the evening, and you have 2 minutes to speak on city issues. Time's up. Seeing no additional calls, we will close the final oral communications and bring it back to council comments and meeting reports. Councilmember Vega.
Oh, thank you so much. No, nothing to report, sorry.
No problem. Councilmember Cordova.
I did attend on January 21st, 22nd, and the 28th and 29th. Each of those dates, I did attend the New Mayors and Council Members Academy from 9 a.m. each morning to 3 p.m. each afternoon, taking every available virtual course that would help me to better understand my position as your council representative. So I appreciate the city for giving me that opportunity. And of course, I'm here for the next 4 years, so I want to make sure that I'm able to do so at the best capacity as possible.
And you got to do it virtually. We've always had to go to Sacramento. So thank you for doing that. I think it's one of those opportunities that we should all take advantage of and, use the tools that are presented to us to make us better council members. So thank you for doing that. Councilmember Ball.
Sorry. Just a couple things. I, too, attended a couple of those new mayor and council members. Those are really fascinating. It's like going back to school and figure out how to do this job. I also was able to attend another League of California Cities roundtable on homelessness, and that was incredibly insightful. Again, it wasn't just telling us what to do, but it was talking with different cities that have addressed these issues and how they have funded or stood up different programs or collaborated with others to make a difference in their community. So that was very insightful. I've got lots of websites that they shared from different cities, so as this discussion goes forward or our conversation with the county, we stand that up. I'd love to look at a couple case studies of success stories and see how we might collaborate on that. Other than that, I've enjoyed continuing to get to know my constituents in my district, and I'm excited for the future.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Starbuck.
I have no reports.
Thank you. I attended the Transmission Agency of Northern California monthly meeting, the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments meeting, the Air Pollution Control District meeting, the Northern California Power Agency meeting, all representative organizations that we are tasked with being an advocate for our community on or our memberships on. I attended the virtual Peace Prize ceremony over the weekend, and I want to congratulate last year's, it's for 2020, Lompoc Valley Peace Prize winners are Anthony Vickery, Koji Richardson, Raylan Person, Keith Joseph, and Jason Bryson, and they were honored by the Peace Prize organizers for their organization of the Black Lives Matters March and having such a successful, peaceful march and being really representative of how successful it could be to actively protest in your community and do it safely, especially during a pandemic, but also for the ongoing work and the voice that this new group of young people are bringing to us. I attended the Lompoc Fire Department's pinning, and I want to congratulate to all of our promotees. I know that retention is big for us, but we also very excitingly hired 3 new individuals. Some of them are recruitments from other agencies, so this is very exciting instead of losing them. And so I want to welcome Shane Green, Richard West, and Nicholas Winter to the team, and appreciate Ian Sadecki, John Steffens, Louis Farah, Scott Nunez, and Steve Taronis for your ongoing commitment to our community and the leadership you're showing with these promotions. And thank you to Chief Fetterman for the great ceremony despite COVID and transmitting it virtually. That was awesome. I also want to remind you, as the city manager said at the beginning of the meeting, we have the community survey on goals and priorities that we need to consider as we plan the budget. So please take that survey on our website. It is open till 5 p.m. on Tuesday, February 9th. Don't forget, if you need COVID testing, we do have the mobile facility. If it's underutilized, they will move it on earlier, but we have it for 2 weeks. Take advantage of it. And I want to thank the support that TAPTV gave me last night and Chief Mariani for participating, along with community members Chuck Madsen, Pastor Cray, and Davika Stalling, in an initial discussion on criminal activity in our community and its effect on our youth and what we might be able to do. And for all of you that participated in it, that is now live and on our YouTube page. So, and a link is on our city website. So if you'd like to watch it, if you weren't able to attend or you want to revisit some of the ideas and concepts, please do so. I do have 2 council requests. So it's been breaking my heart that we constantly take issue with everything we can't do because we don't have the resources and we don't have the funds. And we went through a lot of effort to put the tax measure on the ballot and with a goal of utilizing it to address some of these issues. And the prior council decided that they wanted to use all of it to address the unfunded liability, and I respect that decision, but what it did was tie our hands in a way that means we don't have the revenues to address many of these issues that are right before us, and those that are paying this tax aren't seeing a result of contributing to that. 4 years ago, I asked about pension bonds. At the time, it was a bad economy for that. It was a bad market. Nobody was issuing them. Nobody was taking them out. There were 2 major cities that had gone bankrupt and burnt their pension bonds, and as a result, it was not on the table. Since then, many communities have added the sales tax. Many communities are looking at how to use this revenue, and we desperately need to access some of this revenue to do some of the things we need to do now, whether it's fix the parks, whether it's make sure our streets are paved, whether it's making sure our youth programs exist. So I would like to ask council to support my request to have the city manager and the finance department explore pension bonds, where we might land on potentially acquiring one and what resources that might free up sooner, but still respect the desire by council majority that dedicated the money to paying down the debt, and how do we balance that? So that's my request. I'd like.
Mayor, you're asking for a future agenda item
Absolutely.
to discuss that, right?
Yes. Councilmember Ball gives me a second. Thank you. Councilmember Cordova?
In that discussion, it's my understanding that with pension bonds, we also have to identify a payment plan when we adopt those or we take on that kind of debt, correct?
Yes, we'd have a full presentation for the council describing what they are, how they work, pros, cons, everything about them.
Right. So for the public, this is a discussion that would take place. This is not something that is being, passed down already. I will give the third vote to have that discussion and have it be brought to council with information so that the public can also be educated on that.
Thank you for that. The other issue that has been longstanding, and the pandemic has really accentuated the issue. And while many of us have for a long time trusted private enterprise to do this service, and we ourselves were cutting edge 20 years ago and just failed to continue to invest in it and depended on others to come in, the pandemic has really proven that broadband and broadband services should be a public utility. And while we have broadband as a public utility, it is a Wi-Fi system, and it is not robust, and it is not dependable, and is not something that our community can access and trust that it will be there when they need it. It's cheap, but it's not robust and it's not competitive. So I would like to ask council, again, to come back to us from the staff, options and what it would look like if we invested in our broadband, partnered with somebody to make our broadband a robust system, what that would look like, what investments might need to be, what kind of partnerships might exist, what kind of funding, because lots of funding is being put forward from the federal level and from the state level, because this is turned into the #1 issue, and it's an obligation of mine to make sure everyone in our community gets that opportunity to have dependable, reliable, strong, reasonably priced broadband, not just for the home and those individuals that are trying to get an education and learn from home, but for recruiting businesses and getting those new businesses in. And we've asked, and Comcast and Frontier and AT&T, none of them are showing up and building that infrastructure. So we, I think, need to start looking at what might be needed, what kind of partnerships, what would the costs be, and start that discussion. So I'd like to have support on that. Councilmember Cordova.
I will support you on that, because even prior to me being on council, I was part of a committee that worked with the city to try and have that discussion in the past. This was years ago. And I think it's very important because we've already spent millions of dollars in our city for a Wi-Fi service that does not work. And I think that we continue to spend a lot of money. And so we need to figure out a way to stop bleeding that and figure out what is the best way to get something that is actually going to take us into the 21st century.
You mean catch up with the 21st century? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Ball.
I was just going to say, just throwing this out there again, it's a search for a solution long-term, perhaps, but in a recent conversation that I had with our Congressman, Salud Carbajal, his eyes lit up a little bit when we talked about the broadband issue. And you know he's been pretty active in REACH and Central Coast issues connected to the base. Again, that's no promises or anything, but it's worth us having a discussion even with our federal leader to see, you know, is there anything from the top down that can help us make a giant leap in broadband technology? If we're just talking about upgrading our speeds just a little bit and it's still being behind, it's not gonna matter, and we should shut the whole thing down. So I agree with you. I'd love for us to go big and bold on this so that we can become an icon in the state, if not the nation, on such a drastic change.
All right, so there's the third. I thank you for that. Any other feedback on that? No? Okay, awesome. So those were my two requests. We are at 11:02, so we will adjourn this council meeting until 6:30 p.m. on February 16th, 2021 for our next regular meeting.